Got a full house. Let's go ahead and get started. The meeting will come to order. The first item, we don't have any minutes ready this time. The first item will be adoption of the proposed agenda. Please note that the substantive items on the agenda have not changed, but the order has been shuffled around a little bit. The executive session is this afternoon instead of tomorrow, and we've bumped the major portion of the strategic plan over into tomorrow. Do I hear a motion that we adopt the agenda as proposed?
Second.
Is there a second? Second. Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by like sign? Ayes have it. Okay, we're going to lead off with the investment beliefs. Herschel will lead that discussion, and we're in a less intimate atmosphere than we usually are when we've been down here, but it's certainly more comfortable, and I look forward to Herschel leading this discussion and all of our discussions during this retreat. Should be intellectually challenging and a rigorous analysis of the status of our investments and what we should be thinking about. So take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Today we find ourselves again at the retreat center here at Wampee, and I think one of the key things is we think about strategically about the organization, where do we want to go and where are we at. Part of any good organization, I think, is really understanding at the core of what the mission, the vision, the values are, then also defining for our purposes what the investment principles are, since we're charged with investing and managing assets. I think everyone knows that part of the Funston audit and review is that one of the recommendations was we really need to spend some more time on thinking more strategically, as well as developing the investment beliefs and then making those part of our SIOP, or Statement of Investment Objectives and Policies. And so that's one of the things we wanted to do today. I have to say I have to give a lot of credit to David Phillips, as well as Chairman Williams, with respect to the development of the principles themselves. They've spent a lot of time here, and then thank you for all the commissioners and other staff members, and also Executive Director Sarah Corbett for input and feedback on these as well. David has taken all those comments and boiled them down, if you will, into a new draft. This is the draft 2 that you see up on the board here. So this is the document itself. Following this document within the overall presentation will be the red line version, so we have that as a reference as well. But then there's also a presentation. That presentation starts on red page number 8. If I can get James to turn there for us. Okay, one more slide, please. Okay. Again, one more. Thank you. So what we've done here is we wanted to go back to pulling some of the key organizational documents and beliefs, if you will, or our mission, vision, and values out of the existing SIOP and put them here as a reference. So we have the mission of the South Carolina Retirement System Investment Commission will fulfill its fiduciary responsibility by prudently managing all assets held in trust for the sole benefit of the participants and beneficiaries of the South Carolina retirement systems. It will seek superior long-term investment results at a reasonable level of risk. And so that's really thinking about our purpose. And then the vision, so directionally, where are we going? The vision of the commission is to be a world-class investment organization that pursues strategies that contribute positively to the financial health of the South Carolina retirement systems. The values, I won't read all these, but I'll let you take a look at these from integrity and accountability, empowerment, innovation, collaboration, and then the principles component. And this is where I'd like to turn it over to David Phillips, the Deputy CIO, to make some comments and walk us through the principles themselves, as he is the one that has actually taken and synthesized all the comments. And again, this is expected to be an open dialogue. So please, I know you're not bashful. Any comments or thoughts, this will be the time.
I mean, my only thought was, I mean, obviously we have the mission and the vision and the values. Those were established, obviously, when the composition of the commission was quite different, right? I mean, obviously Reynolds and I were here when we went through that exercise before, but it was really to ask the other commissioners whether, we're kind of taking that as a given up to this point, but, I'm not sure how the other commissioners feel about that, but just thought I'd kind of point that out.
Mr. Gillespie, was to actually ask the commission to reconfirm these three components as a precursor to move it into the investment principles.
When did we last adopt an SIOP? September 2013.
So these were considered by this commission in September of 2013.
I don't think specifically. I mean, they've kind of always been incorporated into the SIOP. We've never specifically talked about the mission and the vision.
Okay.
Approximately June 2009 would be when these were debated last by the commission, actually at Wampee. And so that's when the mission, the vision, the values from that 2009 to 2012 strategic plan, they were actually created and then became part of the SIOP at approximately that time. But since then, there's been the other revisions or updates to the SIOP. And just as a reminder, we can always change or amend at any point in time. But with that said, I think it is important that we feel comfortable with the purpose, the vision, the values, because core to what we are and how we develop ourselves are these organizational statements, if you will.
Move on to the investment principles. Okay.
I mean, I don't, I've already voted on them once.
Right, so I think it's important to just kind of lay the foundation for the structure. On the screen before you here is just kind of the ground rules, if you will, and it's an effort almost entirely on my part just to put some structure around the decision of what becomes a principle or a belief and what does not become one. So, I pulled the actual definition for a principle, which is here for you. The first two or three things here are things for you as commissioners to consider, questions to ask yourself, rhetorically, if nothing else, I guess as a touch point to come back to as you consider, what has become the second version of the investment principles. And I guess I'd draw your attention to a couple things here. One, the second and third bullet points, the basis of understanding and ideas that can be implemented, from a practical standpoint. The goal here, from the staff's perspective, is to be able to, in any decision that we make, that we bring to the commission, we want to be able to come back and say, this decision, this recommendation is consistent with these principles, not necessarily in whole, but because there will be some that are pertinent to some principles and some that are not. But the point is to be able to come back and say, if there are no principles that we can tie a recommendation back to, then you got to wonder what that recommendation is for. So the practical part of that is the third bullet point. A couple of suggestions, in terms of how we think about including things or excluding things, as the case may be. We want these at the end of the day, the last bullet point, to be timeless and investment focused. So try to just kind of lay the framework here for the decision process. Any questions on that?
When you say investment performance in the fourth bullet point there, are you thinking about return performance as well as risk performance, or just performance in return?
Performance is used broadly there, Dr. Wilder, and the thing to focus in on is not necessarily the numerical part of the performance, whether it's good or bad or risk adjusted or anything like that. The point is that, as an example, the funding ratio, it changes with many variables. And performance, the actual absolute performance of the plan, is only one variable into that equation for the funding ratio. So, we're focused on the performance part of it, less so on the funding ratio, because we have very little control over any of those other variables. Is that clear, or does it address your question? Then those other variables being contributions, employer or employee contributions, the actual structure of the plan itself from the legislative perspective, those things, we can have an opinion upon, but at the end of the day, we don't influence those directly.
But Andrew will be talking about the risk side of things, enterprise risk, and although we don't have control over them, we can't avoid thinking about them.
Absolutely, and one of the principles actually addresses organizational structure, which I think would fall under that.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I sat in with at our last commission meeting, or time before last, I guess, fiduciary audit response, as well as listening to the comments that you guys had in open session for the ideas that you had, critique, commentary, so forth, on the first draft of this. I actually jotted down several 9 components, just listening to Funston and you guys discuss this. And it occurred to me as I jotted these things down kind of in real time that there's actually a natural structure, natural flow to this. Not necessarily that this is the right one, but you can arrange the principles in a natural flow. And I tried to do that, and I think that'll be obvious when we start going through them. But these were the components that I thought about, that you guys had the ideas on, and that Funston actually, if you recall, he actually itemized pieces of a mission, during the open session, during the Funston review and presentation. So this was a direct result of that. So getting to the revised draft, we finished with 10. We finalized with the revised draft 2, I guess, with 10 components. I think probably in the essence of time here, I will go through each one with just some high-level comments in total, and then we'll come back and I'll kind of turn it over to the group here to review as you see fit. So one was Dr. Wilder's suggestion, I believe it was, to basically restate the mission of the organization. So we did that in one, so pretty simple and straightforward. I guess the one component there is the commission is ultimately accountable to beneficiaries. That's a component that I don't know if it's explicitly stated in our mission. We can go back and see, but that did show up in a number of the examples that were suggested as templates for our own efforts here. Number 2, the plan's consolidated assets will be the basis for the management of the plan. Several components are incorporated here. Primarily is the structure and duration of the portfolio. So when we talk about the consolidated structure of the plan, that is a direct reference to the liabilities, the expected benefit payments over the course of time. So when we think about a long time horizon, which was a number of your suggestions, without explicitly stating what that horizon is in a numerical fashion, because it will change. We do state that our investment time horizon for the assets will be directly derived from the duration of the liability structure. So again, that will change, so I avoided putting a number there.
Can I ask,
Sure.
is that where you get into the slippery slope? Let's just pretend that Terry, it costs twice as much. I'm just making all this up. It costs twice as much, and all of a sudden we've got to have 8.5% assumed rate of return, or 9% for us to be at 30 years. Does that mean, basis of management, that our risk profile of asset allocation all goes to chase the 9%, or is there a point at which we just say, we can't do it?
I wouldn't call it chasing. There is an adjustment process that would absolutely have to take effect there for the management of the assets. So any actuarial assumption that changes, any actual input in terms of the financial dynamics that are going into the plan, or in our case, net coming out of the plan. Any of those significant changes will potentially have an influence on the management and the structure of the portfolio.
But that is at odds with you manage in a prudent manner to the sole benefit of the plan participants. If there's a point at which we can't manage risk, just pretend, if it was, we had to go to a 10% assumed rate of return, would the commission say, okay, great, we'll just go out and we'll manage to 10%? Or do we say, we don't care what you've done over there, this organization can only make so much money, and if we get out there, then who are we managing for? You know, I agree with what y'all have done about how you're studying risk more and all that kind of stuff. I just think this is where you get in that slippery slope all across the country. If a General Assembly, a politician gives them a rate of return, they go chasing. So I won't say any more about it. I find it as a concern.
No, I would say that I think that's a very good point, that we do have to be cognizant of the plan structure and the dynamics. And to your point, a lot of it we don't control. And I think our duty at that point in time is if they did raise this in rate of return to say 10% for something that we believe is truly, even over a 30-year period, is very difficult, maybe impossible to achieve without undue risk, then I think it's upon us to communicate that. I would agree with you. I think the key part here is that as we think about developing the asset allocation and how we invest money, we don't want to detach ourselves from that liability stream. So I think that's the key component of what we've got to focus on as well. But I think it's a fair comment that if plan dynamics get beyond reasonable expectations, we have a duty to communicate.
So principle number 2 is the structure of the portfolio. Principle number 3 then is the structure of the organization to support the goal of building that portfolio. So it may sound trite, but it's kind of a tried and true principle, if you will, in this case, that people, process, drive performance. So at the end of the day, as you look through these sub pieces here, our organizational structure should be focused on potentially improving our returns, reducing our risk, or improving our capability to do one or both of those two things. So I've tried to hit the people, the process, and then the performance comes from that. So before I jump from, if you look at 3C here, we actually calculated risk. We start incorporating this concept of risk here. And point number 4 then is the actual attempt to state what and define what risk is from our belief set. So we actually explicitly acknowledge risk here, which I think is very important. We acknowledge that there is a possibility for having a negative result at the end of the day. And you've seen this in some of the prior risk work and risk management structure that we've put up previously for you. So we actually explicitly acknowledge that risk is part of the equation in number 4. Number 5 actually refers back to the risk as well in terms of the goals and constraints. So we have the organizational structure, we have the portfolio structure. All of these structures have to be put in place with the resources that we have available to us, with the constraints around the actual portfolio, the portfolio policy itself and portfolio structure. So sufficient liquidity to pay benefits, I think that's a given. Return expectations commensurate with the risk taken. So there, again, that refers back to the explicit acknowledgement of the risk. The horizon is, again, as we referenced earlier, the horizon is integrally linked to the duration of liabilities. And then over time, our base expectation is to positively contribute to the funding status of the plan. And we do that through producing positive performance. Okay. Number 6, asset allocation is, as we've all discussed and acknowledged previously, I think this is probably a restatement from the draft number 1. Asset allocation is our primary focus. We will get into security selection, strategy selection, manager selection, all those kinds of things will become part of what we do, but the bulk of our effort, starting with the consultant's recommendation, coming down through the commission and to the staff, is controlled with the asset allocation policy that you guys mandate for us. And last page here of the revised drafts. Again, getting back to the choices that we can make as staff, this basically states that we will consider all of the potential options as we go down the implementation of the portfolio policy that's mandated by the commission here. I think I covered everything here, internal versus external, private versus public markets, legal structures, whether they're commingled SMA, managed account, something, a strategic partnership, corporate entity, all those things are considered under legal structures. And then active versus passive management, which you'll see a lot of that during the asset class plan today as well. Number 8 is how do we measure ourselves? So there is no single right answer for measuring investment success. At the end of the day, we all want to have the highest returns possible with little or no risk. And in most cases, that does not exist. So what we do is step back and put a number of multiple contexts around that, and that all shows up in number 8 here. Number 9 steps back just a little bit at a higher level. I think most of the content here came from Mr. Gillespie on a philosophical component of what we do. There were a number of things, and Alan, help me if I missed something, but there's such things as stating that we're value oriented, that we're opportunistic. A previous word that was in the first draft was entrepreneurial. From an organizational and a portfolio context. Took that out. It seemed to have some degree of higher nebulous nature, connotation to it. So I took the entrepreneurial part out. Willingness to question the assumptions, that was a component that came directly from Funston during the fiduciary review, that we go back and question not only the assumptions that you guys use at the asset allocation, assumptions that we apply for manager selection or strategy selection, security selection, so forth and so on. So it really gets to a philosophical concept of the discipline that we will put around what we do. And that discipline has to always be questioned. So that's the point of number 8, or number 9, I'm sorry. And then 10, last but not least, we have, as you all know, we have multiple inputs, suggestions, recommendations from all different corners of the universe and for a $29 billion pool of assets. And number 10 is simply there to say that, that we will find a way to incorporate, listen, have a constructive dialogue around those official indirect participants for the entire governance structure of the plan. But at the same time, these are explicitly acknowledged as indirect stakeholders. So again, it's just an effort to be inclusive, but not necessarily forced, if you will, to take something that does not necessarily fall into our normal process. So that's the 10. Let me stop there. I can jump it back to the main document, if you will. We have red line. We have your comments from everybody here as well for discussion. So let me stop there and see where you want to take it.
Anybody want to have a question or make a comment? Well,
I mean, I'll go ahead, John.
go ahead.
I mean, hopefully get us started. It's a little odd in this big room, right? I think everyone seems to hesitate. I mean, the question we were asked to do gets to the question of investment beliefs, right? And we touched on a lot of things, but I don't think these, not that these are bad, but I'm not sure they really hit that core of how do we believe markets actually behave, right? I mean, at the end of the day, when I think of investment beliefs, it's like, do you believe markets are efficient or not, right? Depending on how you answer that question drives, you know, a lot of your other behavior, right, at a very, very fundamental level. So, you know, the mission statement, I mean, this is, you know, I'm not sure it needs to be restated in this particular document. I mean, that's just more of a thing that, the other thing that kind of struck me reading this, in part just having worked with my marketing firm on our firm's mission statement, right? The best mission statements are really short and succinct, right? Sort of the example he made us work, he gave us 10 words to come up with one, right? So Google's was all the world's information in one click. You know, Starbucks is, you know, the third place between work and home, right? And so when I look at these, I think a lot of these are a little too verbose, and I'm not sure they really get to the core of the question of what do we actually believe about how markets work and how's that going to drive our behavior, you know, at the end of the day. So, I mean, I don't think they're bad per se, but I'm just not sure they really go to the heart of the question about what are our investment beliefs.
So do you think we should say that we believe that markets are sometimes not efficient?
I think when you look at our investment program, that's a, you know, that's an obvious, right? And if that's not obvious and that's not what we believe, then, you know, our course of action is something dramatically different than what we're doing, right? So I think it's through our action we've implied that, and I think certainly, you know, previously the commission reaffirmed that. I actually have a, you know, presentation I'd done for the commission. I was flipping back through that, you know, where we did kind of talk about these issues. I mean, so me personally, when asked that question, what do you believe, right? You know, I'm a big believer. I believe, you know, current valuation matters, right? You can't do things in a vacuum, right, from the market, right? You know, believe fundamental improvement helps, right? I mean, things may get better, they may be worse, but if they get better, that's generally a good thing, right? You hope to pick up valuation expansion, right? So you want to be a values-based buyer, right? And at some point you have to monetize and rebalance, right? And then your own behavior and expenses along the way can make a difference as well, right? It doesn't do good if the investment does that and I hop out along the way, right? It doesn't do me any good. So my own behavior along that price path is an important thing. To the question of asset allocation, I think it's, you kind of back it up, you know, that's taken as an assumption, but people don't go back and say, well, why does asset allocation matter? Well, that's based in legal constructs about the capital structure of a company, right? That we truly believe that the equity is a riskier part of the capital structure than the debt part, and therefore we think those legal structures are going to hold over time and at least, you know, provide a relative return profile associated with the risk, because they're different, you know, so there's an underlying assumption about why asset allocation works. I also happen to believe that, you know, strategy, you know, is as important as allocation within that, you know, particularly in the alternative classes. I mean, look at things like merger arb equity strategy, but quite different than long only equity. I mean, worlds apart, right? So just to say you're, you know, asset allocation, I don't think, you know, kind of gets it. But that, I guess, you know, I didn't send all these in as comments, but when I was kind of, you know, thinking on the investment beliefs question, right, it's like, what do we actually believe about how markets work? Because I think it's going to drive our behavior, how we staff, you know, all that stuff, right, is going to flow from that. So, I mean, I don't think any of this is bad per se, but I'm just not sure investment beliefs is where it belongs, right?
Well, one thought I would have would be, should we probably made a list of some of those things as well. And thinking organizationally how we need to be structured, what are some of the core beliefs of going from being a pension fund as well? And I think incorporating that part needs to be there as well. But everything you've said to me seems rational and realistic of what we would take a look at in the markets ourselves. And I think would be common practice for us even today. And so if there's a better way that, you know, we can capture that on paper, we can definitely take a look at that.
Alan, the only thing I would say is a number of those things that you said, I read all your comments and tried to incorporate as much as I possibly could. So I want to caveat, I should have said this up front, I had a laundry list of comments. They were all good. There were some that were conflicting, so those were obvious that I did not know what to do with. There were some that were a little bit more granular than what we thought was the true spirit of an investment principles document. But for whatever reason, so I could not include everything word for word as they were submitted. But as you think through the things that you just went through, we talk about opportunistic here, so that's going to get into the value call. If you explicitly state that we are a value-oriented team, structure, fund, firm, whatever, then you got to ask the question, well, what is the definition of value? And that opens it up to a whole nother can of worms, because a growth investor can argue that they are value-oriented. So that's the problem that I had with that and incorporating it here specifically. I'm not against it by any means, but I just had trouble incorporating that specific statement. I think that, and I would submit to you that opportunistic, taking advantage of long-term dislocations, that kind of verbiage is in here, and I think that captures that. The other thing is, for instance, the cost. And we incorporate all of the different types of potential implementations. And as you go from one implementation to another, those cost structures change considerably. And that was a direct effort to try to incorporate that. The strategy, the importance of strategy. Now that one I did not put a whole lot of thought into, and actually the asset allocation statement here is more of a reference to the published research on your path being mostly dependent upon your asset allocation. So we're acknowledging that the path of our returns is predominantly determined by asset allocation, and that, I can't say that that's a verified fact, but the research is overwhelming in that category. If there's a different sentiment that you want to think about for strategy mattering or influencing, mattering is not a word. If for strategy, a specific point on strategy, then I think that's a fair point. Did I miss anything else? But I think as any document like this is I think by design open to interpretation and debate. And I think if we all look hard enough for the things that you said, they're actually in here. That was my intent anyway. Mr. Feinstein?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just had one process question, mostly for Mr. Harper, and then just one small comment. The process question is, armed with the feedback that you're going to get from the commissioners about the statement of investment principles, plus the feedback that you'll be getting, that you hope to get later today about asset class plans and the other discussion about strategic planning, would you not envision addressing Mr. Gillespie's questions down the road by the way in which you build out other elements of the strategic plan? So in other words, this is very high level, but aren't you going to be doing a fair amount of work in the coming weeks and months?
And we will present a little bit later today the actual asset class plans. They themselves are built off of what our current perspective is on what the staff believes, the commission believes, if you will, for how we've been operating for several years. And also from the asset allocation that was approved, I think it was this past April. And so we have taken that direction to go back and say, within these allocations, how do we structure those investments, if you will? All that is relying back up on a lot of what these core principles are here from an investment perspective. And so I think a lot of things may be incorporated there, but at the same point in time, I want to make sure that we're not missing something that we should be paying attention to as well.
And then, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I did want to express support for one comment that Mr. Gillespie made regarding item 1, the first of the beliefs. Because I do think that it's a point well taken that the mission statement should be the mission statement, so what you have at page 3 of the materials. And this is arguably beginning to introduce ambiguity about the mission.
So you're saying take out
Item 1, yeah.
and let the mission from the SILP be the mission?
Well, the missions, yeah, right, the mission statement, yeah.
Are there any other comment? Does anybody want to make a motion to take out?
I'll make that motion. Take
Okay.
bullet 1.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion about that? Bullet 1. All right, we're working off something called revised draft 1, but right before that you had revised draft 3. And
I'm sorry,
the
so
motion
this
presented
is-
said just revised draft. Which one are we actually working on?
This is page 1 of the revised draft, page 2 of the revised draft.
Oh, okay, I
Page
got
3
you.
of the
Okay.
Sorry
I'm
about
sorry.
that. There, I was just looking, there is a full document. That's not it. Let me see if I can find it. There's a full,
It may not be. I don't know if it's all.
it should be.
We have a red line in there.
Here it is. So Commission Draft 2, this is what we just went through, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. So there's 2 pages, 10 items.
All right, go back to that first red page 3 then. All right, the motion on the floor is to remove item 1 from the revised draft, which is on red page 3. Is there any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No opposed. And you'll renumber it accordingly.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, if we can have everybody turn their cell phones off, the sound guy, it's, the beep.
Okay, any suggestions for modifications or amendments with respect to any other of the items numbered 2 through 10?
This is just me, but I mean, I think if we kind of look at number 7, I don't think we state that we're going to look at this stuff, but we don't really state what we believe about this stuff, right? And I really do think some of those questions get to the heart of the matter of how we're going to wind up structuring and driving and managing the organization.
Yes, the other comment I neglected to make here is it's also extremely difficult to find that stopping point between, the crossover point between principle and implementation. So, you know, I tried to purposely keep it at a high level, and I agree this is more of a policy statement than it is a belief statement. But going back to the point of, you know, being concise and that type of thing, if we actually get into real implementation detail around this statement, then it gets more complicated in trying to put that in a document. So.
The other part that number 7 is trying to capture as well as the recognition of certain constraints because of the type of entity that we are, the amount of control we have with respect to setting budgets, the number of FTEs, that while we have those limitations, we have to invest in the most appropriate, most optimal manner we can with what we're given. And so, depending on what you're given, starts to define what you can actually be or how you can invest to a certain degree, if whether using more internal versus external management or, you know, pure allocator models or what have you. So I think that's really a part of what is capturing as well, so.
I very much agree with Alan's comment about the verbosity of these beliefs. And just, you know, just in this particular instance, he's talking about number 7 in one way, and Herschel was saying, well, really, number 7 also captures some other things. And you really have to read through the entire paragraph a couple of times to really kind of get what is being said. And I do think if, I don't want to replace everything that's done, but almost as if each bullet point could have a 10-word, essence of this is what it captures. And then if you want more information, read through the whole paragraph that you have. But I think that would make it easier for me to say, this is what we believe, and to remember what we believe, as opposed to, oh, let me go pull out a whole paragraph and start reading through, and then let me interpret what that means. I do think that would be helpful if we just had like a title for each of these bullet points.
Well, just I don't disagree with you at all, but if we look at number 7, I had multiple inputs, recommendations on all of these components of what do we believe on internal versus external, passive versus active, so forth and so on there. I can, just as an example here, we can truncate this to your portfolio decisions will incorporate optimal use of available resources, period. Okay, so, that gets to the goal of what you guys have expressed, but I also had several recommendations to acknowledge these other things. So I tried to, try to make sure everybody was appeased in some form.
So Rebecca, I think is your point that, for instance, you would have under 7 just a very short introductory sentence and then list those other sentences underneath that 1, 2. Yeah, I think that.
Like a short title, like number 9 starts philosophically and practically. The prospects for long-term investment success are greatly enhanced with the incorporation of an opportunity. Anyway, so there's a tremendous amount of words that I think, and I've all read that, and I still haven't, only when I get to opportunistic approach do I actually start to get to the essence of that paragraph. But if somehow we, again, just had this very short title or summary, then I could just read that and understand very.
That's a good point.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, on number 7, are there some things that we can put in that would be very basic about those decisions, but you could at least describe those decisions, like that we will use index tracking strategies where we lack conviction or evidence that we can add value through active management, something simple like that, so you're still not making the decision, but you're describing how that decision would be made?
Yeah, I think that one of the things you want to make sure is that you're not putting yourself into a corner. And what I mean by that is at certain points in the cycle, long, short equity strategies may not be appropriate, but other points in the cycle, they will be. At some points, you may feel that indexing is your best exposure management on a quick, timely basis. And at other points, you may believe that there's significant dispersion in the market where active management can then begin to resume its normal course of action. And so I think what we wanted to try to capture here is that there is a decision that has to be made from allocating those assets in certain points in time within market cycles, if you will. So when all the assets are correlated, they're all moving towards one, that's a very different market than when there's a lot of dispersion in the market. And so we want to make sure that we have the ability to have enough flexibility to implement for those market cycles. One of the things I would just put out there is that when you take a look at developing the investment belief statements, and this kind of goes back to the mission, I think I've seen some out there where their investment belief statements are actually just 1 or 2 sentences. You have others, I think CalPERS, 5 or 6 pages. So the length and the amount of information, the detail can be, vast and varying. One of my thoughts would be, and I'll just throw this out here as a suggestion, does it make sense to ask each commissioner to write down their core investment beliefs as maybe the next iteration here that we can then begin to incorporate, because it sounds like there's some disparity here of where the commissioners wish to go on this particular document, and then we can begin to get a little bit more granular, or if there's a preference to stay higher level, then we can take a look at those as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that, again, I think the comments that have been made in terms of simplifying it and Alan, you've said some address this too, I think it's important there should be clarity, brevity, and conciseness. The longer it gets and the more detailed it gets, it confuses the entire situation. And it's a lot of words at the end of the day don't really mean a whole lot. And if you have simple declaratory sentences, I think that's enough. And I think it would be a mistake to try to be too definitive in terms of how you manage or what your investment beliefs are. I think you have to allow yourself some generalizations to allow yourself to adapt to changing markets. You can't simply say, it's a great idea to index. Well, sometimes it will and sometimes it won't. And active management versus passive, those are things that will naturally evolve depending on circumstances and what's happening, and we don't manage for short-term results, we manage for longer-term results. So again, I think it's important to say short, concise, and clear.
I agree, but I think a lot implied with what you just said, right? There's an implicit belief that the markets are only semi-efficient in that, right? I mean, that gets to the real heart of the matter. I mean, that was, if I had to boil down what you just said to a, investment belief, it'd be, we believe markets are semi-efficient.
Yeah.
Right.
The argument has been raging now for quite some time about efficient markets. I mean, the belief that prices always incorporate every single piece of available information. Well, we know that's not entirely true all the time. So semi-efficient, I guess, is better than completely efficient.
Well, and these are beliefs. So, and I think, I remember one of the things Funston said is your beliefs, define them so that you can relook at them and measure them and see if that's still your belief a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now. So it may be that, we say markets are semi-efficient and in 3 years they're suddenly, we don't believe that. We think they're completely inefficient or something. I don't, whatever we put here, I don't think necessarily is, we have to think of it as, we have set it in stone forever. We can continually reevaluate these.
Yeah, I think that's precisely the point. I don't think you can ever set any of the so-called investment beliefs, set them in stone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've, over the last...
Values tend to fluctuate.
Well, yeah, back in
I'll
the...
set that one in stone.
Back in the 80s, the conventional wisdom is you should never own another fixed income security, and, that was exactly the time you should have. When bonds were at 18%, that was a pretty good deal, but everybody thought they were going to 30%, so...
I would just add that to y'all's comments, going to just as an example, a singular statement of we believe markets are inefficient or semi-efficient. That's undeniably a belief, a principle that we would operate around. I would ask you to consider how does Herschel then actually come back to implementing that at that level. Versus some form of what we have up here where there are components where he can say, we did consider this, and this as part of our recommendation to you, and then therefore they either do or do not fit in under the belief system. So there's a practical implication from the statements that we make there as well.
Let me ask the commission on this. One of two things we could do, it seems to me. We could adopt this and readdress it tomorrow after we've had a chance to think about it and have the strategic plan discussion. It seems to me the value of doing that would help guide the strategic plan discussion. Or we could table this until tomorrow, let everybody listen to the strategic plan discussion, rethink, have tonight to write down the bullets of the bullet points we want to think about instead of this, and then come back to it tomorrow and either have it revised or a different set of principles. What is there another way to do it? Is there a third way to do it that I didn't just address?
Can you go back over that? I got up early, my coffee. It's like
Adopt it and then put it on the agenda for reconsideration tomorrow after we've had a chance to do bullet points, as you and Rebecca and Ed have suggested. or just defer, just table it until tomorrow and everybody come up with bullet points. If they want to, whoever wants to come up with bullet points, come up.
I mean, my natural reaction, I'd be more inclined to do the latter than the former, which, if those are the two choices.
I'm not saying those are the only two choices, but those are the
But
two
we
that come
also
to
have
mind.
40 more minutes scheduled, so we can sit here and hammer through it too, right?
Well, we can start
right.
with the asset plan
Right.
stuff that's later on the agenda. We can do that. We don't have to quit and kill time.
I think it's important that if you're not sure about it, we hold off. And 7 years going and we're really getting into this now. I mean, not that some parts of this hadn't been done. What's 24 hours? I mean, I think one of the things we missed from the Bunsen report, they said, take your time, have plenty of time to contemplate what you're doing, get strategic. But, from my perspective, the stuff's done, a committee comes as a vote is done. So whether I like it or not, or whether, what do you do? I think if, say like by tomorrow, this will have no problem passing and everybody will be on board. I think it's just part of that whole process that Bunsen talked about.
I would note for everyone that everyone's comments, in summary form granted, but everyone's comments as well as the examples, templates that we use, CalPERS, Washington State, policy statement, or principal statements, a consultant, Hewitt Ennis Knupp's components, all of that is in your materials. So, if you do kind of want to go back to the drawing board here, please take a look at those resources.
Herschel has suggested a third alternative, and it has some appeal. Herschel, we do have time for him to go up to the board and everybody state their beliefs and then write them down, and then give staff a chance to rework it and deal with it tomorrow.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, let's do that.
We've heard a lot of comments and suggestions. My thought would be, like we did 3 or 4 years ago, when we just start writing this on the board, and then we can take those ideas back, try to make some changes to this document. So, one of the things since it's dry erase, so we can go with it, is the value proposition of the efficiency. Sorry, our line is large enough.
This is just a general comment, but I think I'd like it to be simple enough that we could share it with stakeholders to make it, easy to understand. So I suppose that goes back to, Rebecca's point about kind of a general statement, and then maybe you could have bullet points, underneath that. But I think what I would hope we could convey with the investment beliefs is, this is simple, this is why we do what we do. And that also we should be able to put enough in the investment beliefs that it justifies or supports the investment decisions that we have made or the portfolio that we have. Now, I don't know all the details that have to go into that, but I think very big picture, that's what I'd like to see this document do.
Can I write those questions on the other one? Just really
Sure. If I can remember what I said.
I know it's part of a simple and clear message.
I think implicit in so much of this is the staff's initiative and ability to, when you talk about asset allocation, I mean, you have the right to rebalance. There's points where you go in and you kind of say that, and there's extra words to say that, but I think we just need to accept it. Okay, if the asset allocation is there, you've got your ranges, you're in it, we wouldn't have to worry about giving some permission, like you said, justify something. I think I wouldn't worry about that nearly as much, because when you've got a statement like this, well, it's all good, you really can justify anything. And, I don't think anybody's would have credence from a document like this to say, well, you shouldn't have rebalanced here or there, but that's just not what this is about. And that's a whole different thing. That might be just too low in the weeds.
So should we call that a strategic versus tactical?
Yeah.
Sorry. Asset allocation, implementation, if you will.
When you start talking about implementation, if you think about all that means, you're never going to get that in that document. And there's hints that where you try to, right? And I understand. I think you maybe can say that up front and not feel obligated to talk about that as much.
I'm sorry, I just clarify that. Shouldn't these investment beliefs, it should support the decisions that we've made though, right? I mean, I think there should be some link. I don't know how. Yeah, because I mean, I think that's what we're trying to, in my view, it seems like we need to make sure all of you all are on the same page with what we believe. And then that should filter into our decision making about how we implement things.
That's right.
Okay.
I think all the things that you have here are good. I really do. I would like to see it said a little more directly and straightforward and just, again, easy for the public to understand. They're not going to drift off while you're reading a long paragraph. And then I think to Alan's point, some places make it a little more defined instead of, some of them are highly vague, which, provides a lot of flexibility, but where we can provide definition, provide it.
Well, what about this? So the beliefs should guide the staff's implementation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, just to kind of put an example on that, I asked the guy who used to run Soros's family office, I said, how's George go about making a decision on a manager? He's like, I hire some smart people and let them figure it out. That's what he believes, right? Drives his whole operation, right? That's how hands-on the guy is, right? And that was kind of the rest of it. He puts a guy in a room, says, go hire some smart guys and let them figure it out. That's it, right? It can be that simple, right? Back to these sort of questions, right? Yeah, that leaves a lot of room for staff, but if we believe we are capable of hiring smart people, right? We're also capable of believing they can go figure it out, right?
Like capture that with governance,
Yeah.
if we think about it. Impact of governance, I guess.
I think I'm going to get my cheat sheet because I really liked the CalPERS document a lot. And so, I don't want to take any credit for repeating what's in here, but I thought that the way they did their investment beliefs was very simple.
It was long.
It is long, but if you could just read the bullet points if you want. Like the first investment belief is liabilities must influence the asset structure. So that's your real simple, belief. I believe that is necessary. So without getting into specifics of a funded ratio or anything like that, we can't just manage the assets in a vacuum. We have to understand what's going on in the liability side of the portfolio, or we're not being prudent. But then they go on and have sub-beliefs under that, like ensuring the ability to pay promised benefits by maintaining an adequate funding status as a measure of success. They talk about the cash requirement that's necessary, because that definitely affects what you guys can do. It affects liquidity. And then, they go into more detail from there. But the overall simple thing is you got to pay attention to the liabilities, because that's our reason for being.
Yeah, well, our number 2, I think, sort of captures that. It says the plan's consolidated status, determined primarily by the amount and duration of expected benefit payments, will be the basis for management of the plan assets. Mm-hmm. But I do think if we change that to, something very simple, expected benefit payouts.
I think it just
drive.
we believe in asset liability management.
And then you revisit that on number 5. Go back to that same topic. sufficient liquidity for benefit payments, return expectation, you hit that same 1 and 2, and every bit of it's correct.
Yeah.
There's-
All right, Alan, I wrote that down. I would push back just a little bit because I'm not sure that the public would know what asset liability management is. I think we would know. But, I guess it depends on our audience too, because, I think it should be for us, but I think I'd also like it to be an externally focused document, that is simple for people.
So how would you say that better? I don't disagree, but.
We believe something like we should manage that assets to support the liabilities. That's probably not as simple as it should be.
Meet the liabilities.
Meet the liability needs.
You have two versions.
If you're addressing the retirees or people who do not have the sophistication that we assume among ourselves, you tell them that you're managing the assets of the plan to ensure that their benefits are paid, period. That's how much, that you gotta keep it simple and clear, concise language. If you try to get into this jargon that we all fall into because we do it, then people outside do not understand it. And we have a simple mission here, and that's to manage the assets to pay the benefits.
Right, but I agree. I think the way you said it's better. I think what we have to realize, though, in flowing that, and I only bring this up because years ago I brought in Ron Ryan to speak to us about setting up a liability index fund, and I don't think we've ever appreciated how long-term our liabilities really are at 19 years, right, and the amount of duration risk, and I think the consequences of that is our fixed income portfolios, of all pension portfolios, tend to be credit-heavy, not duration-heavy, and that's part of the why their experience has been what it has been.
But Alan, doesn't that have to be a function of, what your interest rate expectations are too? Obviously.
To a certain degree, right?
Obviously in the current environment, you probably want a shorter duration rather than a longer duration. If rates go back to 8 or 10 or 12%, maybe that's the point at which you extend your duration.
I only bring it up because when Ron was here, was in 2005 and 2006, and rates were twice what they are now on the long end, right? That's a big move, right? So, I think that's right, but I think that sets you up, when you think in that space, you think differently. The way you manage is different, right? Because you're making an active statement of, okay, I'm going to tolerate this risk or this mismatch in the way I manage my assets relative to this liability, right? I don't think so I think we're on the right track here, but I just think it's important to David's point, right? We get into the practical implementation of, okay, we have this belief. What does it really mean when you hit the ground? Right.
Yeah, and
I think that's absolutely important, and I think that should feed into our strategic plan of, what are we going to do strategically to do this, right? Broadly, we've got to do this. Broadly, we know we need to meet the liabilities. We need to ensure that there's enough there to pay the benefits. But then how are we going to do it? What are we going to do in the next 3 to 5 years to make sure that we can do that?
we can write as much as we want underneath all of these, but yeah.
I think we hit it there.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. Organizational structure, I like the term, but I think, just as Ed said, just the general population, you hear organizational structure, you don't really know what that means. But, further on, you say efficient management of people, process, performance. I'm sorry, I went on to number 3. And somehow, I think if we can get that message across in sort of our bolded, brief, key point. Again, we can keep, I think everything that we've written here is really, really good, but just to figure out what are the key thing that we want to get across in our little statement like we did there.
Well, in order to add value in the portfolio, we have to manage people, process, and what's the other? Performance. So that's simple. But then you have to get into the how again.
Yeah, but I think the how we wind up, to Ed's point, right? To a certain degree, this is a communication, and to your point, the communication with the public, right? When we get into the how, that's when we're in the weeds, and that's internal, and the public doesn't need to know it, hear it, they don't care, right? So, I do think we eventually get in the weeds. I just don't think the document like this is where we do it. This is something that's going to be on the website that, someone can take across the street, right?
Absolutely. And something that we can agree upon too, right? That can be, at least we can agree upon these certain principles. We may diverge then when we get in the how, because that's going to be more detail oriented, but it seems like for this document, we should be able to agree here.
It almost goes back to Alan's point. Isn't that just saying you're going to hire competent people and let them do their job? That's what all of point 3 is saying. You're going to hire the best people possible and let them do what they do.
Well, hire good people, have good processes, and monitor performance, something like that.
George, that statement right there, is that a replacement for number 2?
That was a replacement for number 2.
All right, let's go to scroll, there, I can lean up, and I can see part of number 3.
That's a good idea.
Portia, what do you think the key thing you're getting across here? What's the important thing from your point of view?
I think there's a lot there because, see all these bullets under number 3, can't forget about those because it's really hard to define what are we going to be as an organization. It's one thing to say there's people, there's process, performance, and understand there's the hows, maybe in the detail a little bit, but it's defining, again, what kind of an organization you want to be with utilization of those people. And it comes down, do you want to be a research-based organization to make decisions? Or do you want to have the commission set an asset allocation and just have staff follow that asset allocation and you have these rebalancing boundaries and you just rebalance without a lot of additional thought going into it other than you've hit a boundary you have to rebalance. So I don't think we can forget those components of it because that in itself starts to define what kind of talent you need here, the people we recruit, the systems we put in place, the budgets we ask for. So there's a lot going on in number 3.
But isn't all that inherent in the staff's work and developing the asset allocation recommendations? You can't, you're not gonna go back by yourself, you and Travis, or it takes a whole team. You've got to have that team. You've got to have research folks. You've got to have outside consultants. You've got to have all that. It's just when I get into all these things, you can read them either way you want to read them, really. And they become, you can use them to defend your actions, and somebody can use them to criticize your actions.
So is this similar to Copper's number 10, strong processes, teamwork, and deep resources are needed to achieve Copper's goals and objectives? Is that somewhat hit on it?
I think somewhat, because that's where it talks about you need a diversity of talent, and I think that that's important. And this also gets into the part about I think being a state agency there, because it says CalPERS must consider the constraints under which it operates. So that would be if we only have 42 people, and we only have a $12.3 million budget, how are we going to shape things from there? And I think that perhaps leads you down a different decision path than we could have 100 people or 150 people in a $50 million budget. You can do different things. So I don't know if now is when we need to have that discussion, but at some point I think we have to be practical about what we can do with the constraints that we have.
But you'd have restraints anyway. George Soros is one that's already appreciated for years. If you're the smart guy he puts in the room and you don't do it, it's off with your head. So they have constraints as well. That's not in his mission, right? I mean, so everybody's got constraints. You know, if you're Goldman Sachs, I mean, they got the SEC lives in their dorms, you know? So that's a constraint they have, so we all have constraints. I would just be careful about limiting it because I don't know that you need to.
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't really feel strongly about it, but I just think there's something, you know, it's because it's y'all's constraint, it's important to you. But, you know, the commission has its constraints, PIBA has its, and, you know, others should as well.
no, I mean, I think that's a good point. Regardless of what your budget is, you always want to hire good people. You always want to have strong processes. And you always want to have deep resources. And, you know, whether you're hiring 100 people or just hiring 40 people, you still want to hire 40 good people. So, yeah, I agree. I don't think it changes based on your constraints.
Well, Harsha, what do you need to know from the commission? I don't think you need to know
That we want to have good processes and good people and comply with our constraints. What do you need to know in order to make investment decisions?
Well, I really think today what we're trying to isolate would be the investment beliefs, because a lot of what I've heard are maybe good business principles and good beliefs. And so how do you merge the two of principles for business management, organizational management, and how do you actually believe your need to invest? What do you believe in? If you had to go out and make an investment today, what are the core things you're going to look for good investment? And that's what I think we want to focus on to make sure we get that. And I think there are a lot of other things that then begin to surface up once you define that. Because if you do believe in being very entrepreneurial and going out and taking strategic investments, I think of some of the Canadian pension funds. They compete with Blackstone, Goldman Sachs, and Apollo. When you take a look at those resources and what's required, we may wish to invest like that. We may believe that that's the best way to invest. But I don't see us having those kind of budgets, those kind of number of FTEs unless we have better control of what we set that ourselves. So there are hard limitations there because of the way the structure is, whether it's statutory structure or what have you. But at the end of the day, that's a way and a method to approach investing. But at the essence, what do you believe about investments? Are you looking for dislocations in the market? You're looking for niche strategies? You're looking for where there's an absence of capital for good investments? The baby's been thrown out with the bathwater. You've all heard that before. So there's a value component to it.
Wouldn't see that fundamentally, that before you do anything, the one thing that we have to be absolutely cognizant of is capital preservation and returning a return commensurate with all the things that we have to take into consideration, but we have to think about capital preservation. We can't afford a 50% loss, and that has to be factored in every decision that we make, whether it's any strategy that we employ. What is the risk of capital loss?
So all comes from understanding that liability component to it. There's a liquidity component to it when we take a look at liabilities. It's a capital preservation because of where we're at from the funding status and the fact that we're not fully funded. It's a 30-year amortization to get there. So 7.5% return on capital required to stay even. So there's capital growth that's got to be there as well. So it's balancing all those things out. So you're right. That's all part of it. And there's the thing too, that there's that constant assumption of earning 7.5 as if it's a linear line. We know that's not how markets perform.
I mean, even when we talk about asset allocation, we can talk about asset allocation all day long, and whether it should be stocks and bonds, 60, 40, 70, 30, whatever you want to call it. But the point is, before you even make that decision, is what is the risk to your capital? If you went to 100% equity allocation because you thought the equity markets were in great shape, before you even made that decision, you'd have to make a calculation as to what is the risk to your capital.
What about the basic assumption of, do we believe in the long-term appreciation of the capital markets? I mean, I know that's a very basic.
No,
but
it's a fair point, right? Because my response to that would be it's all price dependent, right? I mean, you can hold for a hell of a long time. If you pay too high a price, you're going to be underwater for a long time, right? and you'll never get there.
Well, I
right?
think that's
So,
something we
so
should talk
in my
about.
world, I mean, I translate that, prices matter,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
The initial price absolutely matters.
if you bought at the top of the market in 1929, it took to what, post-war
The
Post-war
50s.
World War II to get back to where you were, so, I mean, yeah, sure, it's important.
I think that goes back to taking a look at 100-year cycle, if you believe the data that we have going back then. They didn't generally expect equities to be 10 to 12% returns, bonds to be somewhere around 6, inflation and cash to be somewhere around 3 or 4. Over a 100-year period, that may hold, but to your point, depending on when you're investing in that period, you may end up with a different outcome. And I think that's why, that while we may believe that over time, you do believe that you should get paid more for risky assets. We don't just go put it all over here, because we do have those other things called liquidity, capital appreciation. So we do need to have that balancing act, if you will, when we think about efficient allocation of capital. And that's exactly why we don't go to our maximum of 70% equities right now.
So what is our investment belief on the appreciation of the long-term capital markets? Do we believe in that? Do we believe it's price dependent? Is that something we should talk about?
Just as Virgil said, it took 100 years, yeah, over a 100-year period, you'd probably do pretty well in equities. But most of us aren't going to be around here, and most of our retirees won't be here 100 years from now.
Well, isn't that sort of the same of a 30-year period? There's no meaningful difference between 30-year periods and 100-year periods, is it?
Well, I think there could be, yeah.
There's a probability that you can actually have some very good outcomes. But most of the time, you would expect to have something where you would have that, as Alan referred to, that capital stack, where you get paid more on equities, less for bonds, and less for cash.
But, you know, it's one of those wonderful generalizations, I think, to say that we believe in the long-term appreciation of capital markets. What's that mean? Yeah, if you take a long enough period, yeah, you believe in it.
Similar to CalPERS, a long-time investment horizon is a responsibility and an advantage. Should we just copy CalPERS investment?
Well, I mean,
Well, no.
no, I mean, I only laugh, right, because, you know, I don't know, Gibbon's book on the decline of the Roman Empire. I mean, this thing, people who were long-term investors in the Roman Empire did quite poorly, and the thing that made him think about it when he was standing on top of the circus and there were sheep everywhere, right? That's what led him to write the book. So, I mean, I'm not sure I buy that, right?
I just think that's an important thing for us to talk about, whether we believe in that or not, because doesn't that influence whether you do active or?
Absolutely.
Though you have to be careful, because now you're talking about declining an empire, and you probably didn't have much of a retirement system once that empire.
No, but I'll give you a real example. I'm going to show you later. I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag, right? We say, okay, markets are efficient, right? I'm going to index S&P, the Wilshire 5000, right? 14 years ago, there were close to 10,000 public companies. Today, they don't have 5,000 companies to put it in there, right? But 15 years ago, there were 1,500 private equity companies. Today, there are 8,000, right? So if I wanted to passively index private equity, how would I go about implementing that, right? To implement the capital markets as they actually exist today, right? I mean, I think that has big implications in how you behave and what you do, right, that flow, from that question. Right, because the world's not this static place. Even you don't have to have a decline of an empire for it to change a lot more than you expect.
Can I ask this question? I think the commissioners all believe that as you go out along the risk spectrum here, you expect to get compensated for that.
You better. That's not what we're doing, right?
Right, so I think that's an easy statement to make, but I guess my question is, do you believe that stays the same all the time?
As you go out on the risk spectrum, to stay constant?
Is it constant? That spread you're getting along this as you take more risks, is it constant?
No, not at all.
I think, I'm going to see, you believe it is?
No, I don't believe that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying.
I agree with Ed.
I mean,
So
a
I think
lot,
that
I mean,
gets back to,
you know-
at what point in time can you be tactical and thoughtful about capturing that risk premium?
I mean,
So that means
know,
you have to, by default, be making an active decision.
you could, I mean, a perfect example is if you wanted to go out the risk spectrum on high yield at the moment, if you look at the spread between high yield and high grade bonds, it's getting narrower and narrower and narrower. Well, obviously, if it got to within 200 or 300 basis points, it's not a very good time to go out on the risk spectrum. If it goes to 8 or 9 or 1000, basis points, then it's a great time to do it. But so, yeah, I mean, it's never constant.
So knowing that that's going to change over time, there still should be a general statement that we can make about that we're only going to do that, we're only going to take risk when we feel like we're going to get rewarded for it.
Right, when we're compensated.
But it all is proportional. I mean, even in a bad market, you take risk, you get less benefit out of it. So, I mean, it's a universal statement. In a good market, a bad market. I mean, the guy after the market fell in 29, he had the same decision. Where do I go make money? A lot of managed jars are being purchased, but still, it's just a matter of. Well, remember when I came on the commission? Remember I had Goldman Sachs and all this crowd come down here and tell us how much money we weren't going to make? Every one of them was wrong. My very first commission meeting, every one of those guys was wrong. And they all made a money by being wrong. I mean, they changed their horse and they come tell us a different story now. So, you just always have information and the return that you can make, and you just do the best every day. That's why you're here.
But I think that's what you're going to see is that this is going to be more volatile. If there is that active decision, it's going to be strategic, and that's giving you your overall asset allocation of if you thought you're going to be around in 30 years or 100 years, how would you structure this? Because one of the things I believe that we hopefully get and understand is I cannot control markets. They're going to give us the return they're going to give us. We have to make a decision on how we allocate to those markets. And at what point we allocate to those markets. And that's where you get into that tactical component of how you structure the time.
So can we put that into a sentence that could be a belief?
She put one on the board over here. What do we have?
That we'll only take risks where we will be rewarded for it. That's very simple. And then we can flesh it out underneath it.
But the challenge with that statement is when the preferred asset is zero risk and it's cash. When you have an asset allocation that has risky assets, the preferred asset becomes cash, you have to recognize diversification is not going to be your friend. And I've yet to find a crystal ball that can tell me exactly when that moment happens or before it happens.
Can you work on that?
So I'm not disagreeing with that statement, but I think there is one.
How about diversification works overtime, not every time?
And a lot of this comes back to the old question. Are you allocators or are you investors? And in what markets you're going to do that, and how I think there's some things we just shouldn't ever plan on doing because you're not going to get the back out of the folks at the General Assembly and retirees. And the first time there's a big hit, you'll pay forever. So I think one of the questions you have to decide is it the allocation investor question, and then that leads a lot of these other things. That leads staffing, leads all that. And I don't know if we've decided that because I think we talked about it a lot of times in code.
Right. Well, if I can expand on that a little bit, I think that gets back to exactly this decision here. If you don't believe that there can actually be excess returns generated by making decisions around your allocation, you don't need a lot of staff, you don't need a lot of complexity and super tools. All you need to understand is when I hit a limit or range, it's just a decision rule, rebalance, rebalance, rebalance. If you believe there's value to be had in that tactical decision, then that's where you have a more complex plan, you have more research, you have more systems, you have more people to take a look at when to make those decisions.
But our virtual means talk about tactical, are you implying that you would have more of a trading strategy?
It could be one, you could be more trading oriented, or you could have much more of a longer term view of where it's not going away, and we will continue to allocate to
I mean,
it.
personally, I think trying to orient, or anytime you move into a trading strategy, that has a lot of inherent risks, just because you become very short-term oriented, and that can be very destabilizing. So I guess I'd be more inclined to view, as you have underlined in under that first thing, is more strategic rather than if tactical implies a shorter term orientation, I would think that strategic would be more.
We're referring to this as your policy asset allocation, so if we have zero information, we should look exactly like the policy asset allocation and indexed. But if we believe we have information that gives us the ability to outperform, either within equities or around the asset class pie, then we should be making decisions. And if we don't believe that we have that capability, we shouldn't be making decisions. We should look just like that policy asset allocation and indexing.
There's not either or though. I mean, you may be very comfortable with the set you've got, that equities and real estate and fixed income, that you feel great about that, but you want to stay away from something else. You stay away from commodities or whatever. It didn't have to be the whole ball of wax. I think that goes back to staff making decisions about what we can do under the constraints. And refer. I think y'all been pretty forward about that, which I've always appreciated. So I don't think it's neither or.
Yeah, I think the way we got it set up now with the global equity benchmark, right? Strategically, I think we've made that decision, but we've given y'all a lot of latitude in terms of basis risk and everything else that you're allowed to run in there.
Yeah, and my comment again was just to frame it,
Right.
but not to make an absolute one way or the other, because you're absolutely right, and we'll see some of that in the asset class plans within global equity, that 31%, there's a small cap bias in there right now. And so we'll walk through some of those. So that's a decision that the staff has made.
But we can make that, in these principles, we can make a decision, a larger decision, and then narrow it in governance or something. We don't want to, I don't want to be guilty of this too. We don't want to nitpick it too much because they are, it is a high level document. I just don't want to get hung up on those kinds of things.
Right.
And I think every word you take out is a good word.
Well, this is another general statement that I'm copying again from CalPERS, but it says costs matter and need to be effectively managed. So, Mr. Treasurer, I think you'd probably like that one, but I don't know if we want to make any reference to that.
Performance, and all things like performance. Don't put it on my account. It does matter, but. Herschel, do y'all feel better about this conversation? Having had it and listened to us, I think everybody's weighed in at least once. Travis, maybe, for him next. Does it make you feel better about maybe shortening this a bit? And it's really inherently, it's more of a responsibility on y'all.
I'm getting there. And I think something very useful for me has been kind of some of these things and just this discussion around being strategic or tactical, because that in itself is a passive or an active decision. Linking it all back to the liabilities is key, long-term horizon. Do you believe that the risk premium is variable throughout time? Those kind of things. That helps us understand what you believe, because then once we start understanding how you believe, we condense it, we consolidate it. That helps us to be able to create a more effective investment plan to capture what those beliefs are.
Do you think you have enough to, I was going to say, do you think you have enough to sort of come up with a second cut to
That's the lunch bell.
Oh, my God, that's the lunch bell.
I think I'd like to ask one more question, and that is, in the Funston report, they talked about how our portfolio is positioned to protect against, huge downturn in the market. And that's perhaps one of the most complex things to explain, because we do have a complex portfolio. And I think one thing I would like to ask the commission is do we still need to be positioned that way? Is that still your belief that we really need to protect very strongly against a downturn in the markets, or not? And I don't know the answer to that question, and that's more Herschel's purview, but I think for me, in trying to explain it to stakeholders, I think that's an important thing that we need to consider.
Does that go back to Ed's comment on capital preservation?
Yeah, kind of.
All right, I think what you're saying, Sarah, is do we need to try to explain to the stakeholders that we would manage the portfolio to avoid a market downturn? I think that's a little different than managing the portfolio for capital preservation. Maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but I think trying to be too specific and trying to tell people how you would manage the portfolio to avoid a market downturn, I don't know, Alan, I mean,
Well,
does that mean, do you start telling them you would employ option strategies or whatever? I mean, I don't think we should get into that.
Say the portfolio is not positioned to avoid a market downturn.
To, mitigate.
It is to reduce that downside volatility, so you have assets that would act the opposite when you have a downturn.
I mean, the question goes back to Alan's asset liability study, that we've done some of that work, but we wanted to go further, because how much money could we lose? This plant is not owned by a 60-year-old man who wants to retire in 3 years. Stated obvious question. I mean, it's a sophisticated plant. Are we paying too much for a certain amount of protection that maybe we don't need, because we do have a long horizon?
But you can never categorically state that you have the portfolio position to avoid a market downturn. I mean, 08, some of the smartest people in the world, and if you were indexed in 08, you still lost, S&P was down, 20 some?
47.
Yeah.
47.
Yeah, I mean, you lost a substantial amount of money. So the point of the matter is, you do everything that you possibly can do to ensure capital preservation, but there is no guarantee.
That goes back to the whole discussion about asset allocation. If we look at those things, we know that we have to have liquidity. We pay out $1 billion a year, the net difference. You take in very rough numbers, $2.5 billion of contributions, you pay out $1.5 billion of benefits. That extra $1 billion comes out of the trust every year. So we've got to have liquidity. That's about not quite 4% of the plan. I need to grow at 7.5, otherwise I'm losing ground. You're at 56% funded on a market value basis with a 30-year amortization, some $15 billion gap between liabilities and assets. I cannot suffer another 2008, 2009. Those are all the factors that go into thinking about how do you structure the asset allocation. What are your needs? If we were fully funded and you had a 5% actuarial rate of return in there, you could invest very differently. If you're fully funded, you've got a 10% actuarial rate of return in there, you have to invest very differently. We have to consider our very unique, specific circumstances when we consider that asset allocation. What do we need? If we didn't have the liquidity issue and you were growing by $1 billion a year, you could invest differently, because I don't have $1 billion going out of the plan. So our current status of where we're at today, at 56% funded on a market value basis, I would tell you absolutely you need to pay attention to downside.
And I think we are, and I think all players do. There's other ways to look at it, but,
But then I think it comes down to those are the factors, and then the implementation of those assets, what are your capital market expectations, the volatility, the correlations, taking a look at those on a 10-year frame, 30-year frame, and at some point in time, you could take a look at them on a shorter time period. Again, you're getting into a little bit more of trying to predict markets in a short time period, but that's where you can allow those tactical tilts to happen. Again, it's not trading necessarily, but then what the 10-year projections look like relative to a 30-year projection can give you a different outcome.
Do we need to say anything in there about an asset liability match? In other words, what again gets back to, again, what we were talking about earlier. We're matching up our expected rate of returns to meet our liabilities. So that asset liability match. Obviously, if we ever get into a situation where interest rates go up to any dramatic point, it would be much easier to match up those liabilities.
I'll tell you, if you were fully funded and the level of rates was very compelling or competitive to where your actual rate of return is, you may want to consider a fully immunized strategy at that point in time. But right now, that, with rates where they're at today, you're 56% funded, you couldn't actually match every cash flow. But you think about those things about how can you structure the portfolio with different duration buckets. And you recognize I need some front-end liquidity, but also have this long horizon so I can invest in less liquid assets or assets with a much longer duration. I think that's
one thing I think
Sarah can.
People, I don't know if we have to make the distinction, but I think we should all understand the difference between liquidity and marketability. Liquidity being, I think, the definition, obviously, of being able to sell something with little or no loss, whereas marketability being able to sell at a price. And I think people very often confuse the two.
We historically kept a hard deck of actual liquidity, cash and short duration, was about $1 billion. And that in itself will create a drag on the portfolio. But you don't want to be a forced seller at the worst time.
You never want to be in that position.
Anytime.
So it's that trade-off.
We were that close to that position when Jim was chairman. As a result of the Tinkerbell factor, I think we have moved into our default scenario of finishing this up tomorrow. Yeah. I think the discussion's been helpful, and I'm sure staff can get cracking on it in one way or another. Focus us even better tomorrow.
Thank you all for your participation. It's very helpful.
And Alan will be first up after lunch. That being said, we'll move to the next agenda item, and I'm asked Herschel to introduce the topic of SC private equity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the topics we were talking about, obviously, is South Carolina private equity and investing in general in private equity and the complexities of that within itself. And I did want to make some introductory comments with respect to the history of this topic. I believe the first strategic plan, it was one of the areas that we had taken a look at from back in 2009. And it was something that we had actually issued an RFP on at one point in time to find the platform providers who could offer or who had experience in offering these kind of investments. And the initial idea was a dedicated pool of capital to invest in South Carolina and to try to find good ideas. And I think that the commission actually came back to a point of saying that's not the best way to approach investing in South Carolina, but is there a better way to go about it, because you didn't want to feel that because you had a dedicated pool that you had to make investments, but you wanted to make good investments, period, regardless of being in South Carolina or other states. And Commissioner Gillespie has done a lot of work here, and my understanding today is going to provide a business case or overview, as well as some other gentlemen as well will give an expanded purview on the way you could approach investing as well as an idea. But my understanding there's not anything up for approval today. With that said, I think it is, from order of prudence, if you will, that it's important to to make the comment that the investment staff it's not a recommendation, it's not an idea that's been fully vetted by the staff, but this is being presented for informational purposes. And I think that one of the things you'll see from what has been discussed historically to what's being discussed today is a much more thoughtful process about the way you would go about investing. And so with that,
I'll come up here.
I think God might have been trying to send me a message, because there probably is not a more difficult topic or one that's caused more controversy than this one as it relates to the commission, right? And I say that because yesterday's sermon was dealing with difficult people, right? And then I realized he may be talking either about y'all being difficult for me or me being difficult to y'all by putting this topic on the agenda. But I say that you know, as Herschel shared, the commission at one point did issue an RFP down this route 5 years ago. It never was acted upon. You know, staff candidly, because there was not board-based buy-in, obviously didn't pay it much attention. So first, I thank y'all for the opportunity to get it on the agenda and for us to discuss it as a commission. Secondly, I appreciate Herschel's attention and willingness to take a look at the issue. I was never quite happy, even kind of going back with kind of earlier efforts on this. But I think it's an important issue. It's one I'm passionate about. And why do I feel that way? Right? Why have I kept kind of in the background doing the work, to go get RFPs, right? I mean, for example, even back to that original RFP, that was something I was not able to get from staff. I'd actually go out to our vendors to obtain that, right? That tells me something about us as an organization, right? When I had to track those down because we didn't have them in our document management system, right? The second thing, I think when a well thought out program most aligns with our mission, our vision of who we state we want to be as an organization, if we have a well thought out or well crafted, a well executed and a well implemented South Carolina investment plan. So let me touch on that. I mean, the mission for the commission states, the commission will fulfill its fiduciary responsibilities by prudently managing all the assets held in trust for the sole benefit of the participants and the beneficiaries of South Carolina retirement systems. It will seek superior long-term investment results at a reasonable level of risk. Now that's a very big thing. How do we go about seeking superior investment results at a reasonable level of risk? Warren Buffett sums it up this way: invest in what you know. And why does he sum it up like that? Because when you know it, and you know it at your core, you have a better chance of assessing both the return opportunities and the risk associated with achieving them, right? And for us as an investment body, we ought to know South Carolina better than we do any other investment opportunity. Second thing goes to the vision that we've stated we want to be as an investment organization, right? The vision of the commission is to be a world-class investment organization that pursues strategies that contribute positively to the financial health of the retirement system. Well, what do world-class investment organizations do? They take advantage of their opportunities, right? So take, for example, the issue, why does everybody love Connor Shaw? Anybody want to take a guess? Why Carolina fans love this guy? He never lost in Williams-Brice Stadium. He won on his home field. The best teams win at home, right? What about Clemson fans? Why do they not like the guy? Not only did he not lose at Williams-Brice Stadium, he didn't lose in the state of South Carolina, right? And how important is home field advantage? Major League Baseball, 54% of the time the home team wins. If you take it to the NFL, 57% of the time the home team wins. The NBA, where you add travel, it's 60%. In soccer, they almost think it's fixed because the number's 70%. And in financial markets, anybody read Michael Lewis's book? How important is co-location and latency arbitrage? Near perfection, right? Geographic advantages, right? And what's South Carolina's role in that? One of the largest firms mentioned in that book, or behind that, is a Charleston, South Carolina-based firm, right? On E Wall Street. Anybody been there? Right? So, I say all that because looking at this question, knowing the history of it, felt like, okay, can we make a case? And I was asked to make the business case of why a South Carolina private equity program, right? So, I think there's real material advantages that exist both here and in other places associated with home field advantage that we right now are not capitalizing on. So if we can go ahead to the next slide. Oh, I got the clicker, I guess, don't I? But there are certain elements that I think have to be there. So I wanted to put this on there to share the research conclusions, right? There are a lot of phone calls, a lot of meetings, a lot of car time, that went into this. But I do think there are certain investment beliefs that are necessary to support a program. I do believe, and this gets the business case, there is an attractive risk-adjusted return profile. It does require a sound operational model, and it requires active participation and communication for a plan to be effective. That communication plan has to be both internal and external. The operating plan, I think is pretty clear. You know, we have to partner with proven operators. We're not going to build this model out ourselves. The capital plan, I think certain elements that came up in the research, we ought to seek to be a major, but not a sole, a lead, or a majority investor. Even if that ultimately means smaller check sizes or lower to avoid setting prices. This is something that from a staff and resourcing standpoint has always kind of come up about the check size and the time commitment, you know, behind the program. Another thing, I think we have to organize it around communities, not just geography, right? Meaning, where is our sphere of influence? And ultimately, I think this is the key part, right? If we're going to be successful, I think it requires us to civilize our discourse, think strategically, and visualize a long-term future. So a little bit just kind of the marketplace right now. Secular changes, as you know, we've seen other places, and banking regulations are constraining access to capital for middle market and lower middle market companies. Just kind of touch on that. South Carolina, we have about 80 commercial banks, 80 plus, but an underdeveloped investment banking and capital market environment despite an increasing number of opportunities. We're a $160 billion a year economy. Now, you might say, well, South Carolina is relatively little. So is Ireland, so is New York, so is Hong Kong, right? So the size of your geography is not a limiting factor. The other thing I would say when you look at that, if we're a world-class investment organization, you can find opportunities in a $160 billion a year economy, right? If you go and do the work. Our own experience, right, is indirect as it has been positive, right? In nearly every single case. And then I have some examples of some recent market activity to kind of give you, some tangible color, of what's going on in South Carolina. In addition, right, obviously we have the beneficiaries of prime, but the law that under which we operate does not allow us to ignore other factors, right? Our law actually states we may consider other benefits in addition to the investment results, including one that says we should strive when it comes to looking at minority-owned businesses and representation. That's something that I think operationally we have not given any consideration to. I don't even think that's something we track, right? So at the end of the day, I think we have the capital, we have the knowledge, we have the professionals, we have the partners, and we have the economy to be successful, with a well-thought-out program. But, and this is another important element that came out in the research, I think we have the ability to positively impact South Carolina more through an organizational capacity than a capital capacity, right? I think that part of what we are able to do and what people might look to us to be able to provide does not necessarily always require us to make an investment, right? Because we have the ability to direct people's eyeballs in a certain direction. And the value of that cannot be underestimated. Bloomberg is valuable because every financial professional looks at it. Facebook is valuable because millions of people look at it, right? We have the ability to help direct eyeballs in a certain direction across this state, right? So I think there are things we can do to impact things and to meet our other objectives besides just being a capital provider, right? And then obviously on the just practical matter, I do think there are attractive risk-adjusted returns. It does require a sound operational model. And I think organizational structure can be used to create informational and cost structure advantages, right, that are more permanent. So this is just our own experience as best I could tease it out of our reporting. Carousel Partners, Azalea, Square One Ventures, the building there in Columbia, U.S. Timberlands, and Graystar. I put Athene in there as well because obviously one of their core early acquisitions was Liberty Life Corp up in Greenville. We weren't able to get that through the Department of Insurance, and now, we all know that company's doing extremely well and redomiciled other locations. But when you tally all that up, indirectly we've made commitments of $477 million. Unfunded or money that wasn't called was 57. So total actual invested capital about 442 million. Distributions we've received back 270, and we have an NAV of just about 540, right? So our own experience is indirect, and as difficult as we made it has actually been quite positive, right? Now, what are some of the other market deals? That's one of the questions I get. Is there enough activity in South Carolina to support a program? These are just some recent. So Buy Low, Win Dixie, Lone Star Funds, redomiciled the company to Jacksonville, right? People Matter, down in Charleston, Proterra, Kleiner Perkins. I think they're a credible outfit, right? They're finding opportunities here. GM Ventures, Vision Ridge Partners, North American Rescue, Benefit Focus, Southern Tide, Sela Genomics. This is one of the few that we actually did turn down. That company just sold recently for up to $75 million. There's an earn-out component to it. Public companies that are doing financings in our market, Southern First Bank, Palmetto, Certus Bank, obviously been in the news some, Ranger Aerospace, Pro Aerospace, Eden's, this is one right in Columbia, just closed in December, Blackstone, New York Teachers, Michigan Retirement, $1.5 billion deal. Right across the street from us, right? WJ Partners, that's a private equity group up in Spartanburg, and the list goes on and on. I mean, I can think of dozens of deals that aren't even on this list. For example, ATD years ago, Citigroup did that. That was a $600 million deal. I mean, this, doesn't even scratch the surface of what's really out there that comes up in research. What's the economy look like? South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee are all top 10 exporting states, responsible for 25 plus billion each, right? South Carolina exports to China have grown over 1,000% over the last decade to reach 3.3 billion annually, right? That's a hell of a CAGR, people. There are 5,500 firms in South Carolina exporting goods, and most are small and middle market companies. In some of the key industries that come out, advanced manufacturing, IT, transportation, logistics, aerospace and defense, financial services, special, finance, so a variety of activities kind of going on within our state. Back to the organizational component, right? And I won't spend too much time on this because I'd rather introduce some real operators operating on the ground, but this just at least is as a brainstorming kind of an exposure of what I think is possible, of how you could organize yourselves differently. So Bridgepoint Markets, these guys are kind of coming out of the portal funding, crowdfunding, Jobs Act type stuff, as everybody knows that passed. So what is community-based investing? I mean, that's really what they are out promoting, right? It's, it goes back to what I was talking about with Warren Buffett, investing in what you know. So what is a community? And this gets back to defining a South Carolina plan. How do we define our community? It's not just geography, right? We can do it by geography, you can do it by industry, you can do it by affinity groups, capital types, right? There are a lot of ways to cut the data, right? And to make sure that we are an active participant in it, right? There are some real practical issues if you want to find a commercial opportunity. So in this case, they're targeting the commercial funding gap because of bank constraints. And so what does that mean, right? This is the world that we actually operate in, folks, right? You have a company, it can be private, it can be public. They might interact with a broker-dealer who might go to a set of funds, who might come to our consultants, who might come to us, right? And sometimes they might try and do an end around all that, but you can see it's a little bit of a mess, right, is the bottom line. And it's not a very efficient structure, right, going on out there. I believe there's ways to improve that. And the reason why that's important, y'all heard me mention this earlier. This is the number of private equity backed firms in 2000, 15, 17. Today, 75, 71, right? And this gets really to our core investment beliefs about how efficient do we think the markets are. I do believe the markets are efficient. And the reason why the market's doing that is because A, institutions can trade among each other. They don't need an exchange in the middle of that transaction. And second is ultimately when you're indexing, you're a freeloader, right? You're taking advantage of the work that other people are doing, right? And the market won't always tolerate that. So I think there are a couple of reasons that drive that, right? Meanwhile, the number of public companies, right, is going down, 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 down. So when we index, right, this is what's actually happening below the surface, right? But I think there's some real investment belief questions that go behind it that are critical to that, right? So ultimately, back to that organizational, I think there's a chance in what's going on in the marketplace is kind of a recreation of how data is shared, right? Just like we talked about that issue of co-location and there's a downside to all that, right? People kind of break down trust, right? I think there's stuff we can learn as an organization about how information is shared amongst ourselves and with others, right? So ultimately, the idea is you get a lot of that information in a central place, that ability to drive eyeballs to one location where that information is shared, whether that's due diligence, marketing, execution, investor relations, post-close activities, right? So essentially, you're combining a lot of capital markets activities with what I would call the back end, right? So that we don't wind up with that mess, right? If everybody's eyeballs were in one location, right, there'd be a common set and basis from which to work and to understand things, right? So, I mean, what's that kind of look like? You know, you can kind of break it down into different parts. I won't spend a lot of time on that. But ultimately, right, and this is why it's not a recommendation. I like these guys mainly because I think it's an attractive tool. But you can kind of see in terms of workflow processes, things that I think we as an organization could learn from other people, right? It's all paperless, right? You can go through, you can have qualifications, you can meet all the regs, you can state your preferences from business stage, revenue, proceeds, industry, affiliation, geography, right? I mean, you name it, you can load it up there. It's big data, right? So, for example, you would have tombstones, right, that would outline a deal. It would tell you whether it matches to you or it could match to somebody else. And this gets back to that organizational component, right? If we are able to drive those eyeballs, a company may be able to get funded not by us, but by somebody else. But because we said we want you to put all your information in here, other people would be able to see it, right? So there's a matching type function that these guys do. You can see in this case it'd be a senior note type thing. Right, again, you go through all the compliance checks in the back, Patriot Act, anti-money laundering, foreign, actors, I mean, you name it, the due diligence stuff runs in the background, right? Checks off, so what does that look like? Company's getting feedback, they're loading their data, investors are able to see it, the assets are there, the liabilities are there, the equities are there, the financial statements are there, the legal documents are there, the legal staff is there, right? All that information in one set portal, one place where everybody shares it, sees it, right? In an organized fashion, right? So ultimately, all this goes together, I think, when you look at things like this, to create a more encouraging ecosystem in our environment, right? And I think we can really drive that ecosystem, like I said, not just with capital, but through our willingness to participate, and drive eyeballs. Because I don't want to do this in a pitch for these guys at Bridgepoint, but I think what they're doing is interesting, right? Because essentially, Blaine, I mean, you were talking, you're at Community Foundation, right? So there's certain things Community Foundation may want to participate in, but they aren't staffed to do, the normal types of processes that we would require of somebody. But if we just simply said, hey, we're looking at this for things we're doing, boom, they now have more confidence in the process, right? Because when people go to raise money, there's a variety of ways they can do it, right? There's, in some cases, they can pre-sell a product. In other cases, it may be a securities. In another case, it may be totally nonprofit, right? So, for example, these guys' technology is being used by Clemson right now to fund an ideas-based platform, right? In another context, it's being used to do a securities offering, right? So it really is pretty interesting. These are some of the guys behind it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to some gentlemen who actually operate in the private equity space, specifically aerospace and defense, which is one of our big communities here in South Carolina. I don't think the impact of Boeing can be underestimated. It's one who used to cover the defense sector. So I just wanted to expose us, give it thought, no proposal here, but I think there's a way for us to think differently about how we do and have a bigger impact that more aligns with our mission, vision, and values. Steve? Okay, thank you.
Make sure I can use the device first.
Yeah. Point it this way.
Point it this way? Okay.
I did that. Is it not? I'll do it.
All right.
Just tell me where to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Towns. I'm not a private equity fund manager. I'm an operator. I'm CEO of Ranger Aerospace here in Greenville, South Carolina. And for the last 17 years, Ranger Aerospace has been applying private equity in various types of successful investment platforms, while also secondarily, in addition to providing very high yields to our institutional shareholders, also adding jobs, building businesses, and creating new businesses. And that's the fundamental thesis of why I'm talking to you today. I'm not asking you for money today. I am asking you to think about an idea in which several industries that are converging in our state can benefit from state investment, achieve high yields on those investments, and have excellent secondary benefits to the state. Did you know, for example, in my industry alone, which is aerospace and aviation, that the largest concentration of aviation and aerospace companies in the entire world is now the 5 southeastern states of the USA? That's a hard fact. That's not me making numbers up. That's a hard fact. I'll show you some other hard facts today that I think will stimulate thought about how could this commission deploy small slivers of capital to investments that will yield superior returns as the primary objective, and also have numerous secondary industrial, economic development, and job creation benefits to the state of South Carolina.
Next slide.
Yes, next slide, please. In this, I don't know why it's not coming through on the photograph, but what this slide should say is there is a deliberate clustering going on in the aerospace and aviation industry, and we find ourselves right now at a crossroads in South Carolina. If you think about things like Honda Jet and Timco up in North Carolina, think about the new Airbus plant that's being established in Alabama, think about Boeing in Charleston, Gulfstream in Savannah, over 650 companies in Florida. We are right in the center of a crossroads of this one industry, and I'm going to talk about 3 industries today to show how this nexus is coming together right here in our state. Next slide, please. For some reason, our beautiful slides, as you can see, did not survive the electronic migration to this system. So instead of doing hand puppets and so forth, what you're going to see is you're going to see me doing some pretty good ad-lib. All right. What this slide attempts to show you is that down here in the large circle known as Charlanta, Greenville, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, you're in the center of the 4th largest mega region in the world, in the entire world. All around the world, it's the 4th largest mega region in the world. So it's a great place for things to be concentrating. And these industries are coming together in this region. So let's go on to the next slide.
I don't know what's going on. It's a PDF. It should be fine, but it's not.
Should be. I have a memory stick version of it that might be helpful to you.
Okay, so we'll grab that from you. Let's see.
Sure.
Maybe somewhere email something got lost.
Look for the one that's the same title. And all of our other corporate secrets are on there too, so put it up on the screen and you know you got it.
Don't worry. I'm only a certified ethical hacker. I won't take care of everything.
It's Palmetto Mobility Fund. You just scan all the way down. Dated today. Yep, that's the one right there. There we go. Thank you very much. You're welcome. See how pretty they look? All right, so I'm going to fast forward. We're in the center of this mega corridor called Charlanta. You've got SC-TAC up in Greenville, Boeing in Charleston. This is a really good place to be for companies to grow, for people to find new jobs, for companies to relocate, for families to relocate. This is a good place for investments to be made. And you know what we have in South Carolina in the way of aggressive private equity and venture capital? Almost nothing. My dear friends at Azalea do a great job with it, but name a long list of other people who are in our state doing this. It's precious few. Guys like us that buy and build and build up companies, we're doing it by happenstance, by serendipity and so forth. Instead, we're suggesting from an operator's perspective, from an industry perspective, let's do it more deliberately. Let's do it with some strategy, and let's wrap it around some industries where high yields are the norm if they're managed correctly. Next slide, please. The investment opportunity that I'm talking about, and please note that like I said, I'm not making a pitch. I am on the South Carolina Aerospace Task Force. I've been deeply involved in this for a long time. I'm passionate about this one industry, but I'm also passionate about the industries that are beginning to converge. Technologies are converging in several industries in our state and in our region. They are automotive, aerospace, and advanced materials and the related technologies that go with all those, and every one of those is a high-growth industry creating clean jobs and superior investment returns. Chart, please. Let's talk about automotive first. I'm not an expert in automotive, but right around the corner from my office is the BMW plant, and right across the street from my office is my dear friend Pete Selleck, who's the CEO of Michelin. We went to school together. Let's face it, it's a big industry in our state. It's spawning all kinds of new technologies, new jobs, all kinds of companies that are clustering around it. Why don't we make a deliberate investment in this industry, which is already a strategic pillar in our state's economy? Slide. How about aerospace? You know what this is? This is a picture of the next Dreamliner. This is the next stage that's coming out. Where do you think they're going to build that? Boeing isn't sure yet, but they're beginning to migrate engineers out of Seattle into Charleston. That's the bellwether step for more and more activity of this type to be concentrating in South Carolina, because for 100 years, the aviation industry has been clustering. It started off in the Northeast, moved out to California for a while, they got smart, they're leaving there, they moved to Texas, and now in the entire world, the largest concentration, as I said, of aerospace companies in the world, bar none, is the southeastern USA. Chart. This is one that'll come right after that. I know it looks like a B-2 bomber, but that's going to be an airliner that your grandchildren will get on someday. I predict for you that an airliner of this type and size, which by the way is enormous, will be built in and around Charleston, South Carolina. Chart. Let's take a look at some of the related technologies. I know that looks like a jet cockpit. If you look closely at the steering wheel, it's actually a Nissan product. It's an advanced cockpit coming out from Nissan. All right? The car that I drove on a rental basis earlier this week had more doodads in the dashboard than I could even believe. I've sort of been in the industry. You almost have to have a pilot's license like Bill has to be able to drive these things. So I think we all see this in our daily lives about how things are converging. Chart. How about advanced materials? And let's use it when I talk about the nexus of industries coming together. This is an advanced airplane. It is over 90% composites. That is an all-composite car. Do you know where this car was designed? CUI car in Greenville, South Carolina. I think you can see my point. Chart, please. Now let's talk about, are there stakeholders here already in the Carolinas in this mobility crossroads? You bet there are, and they're more and more concentrating as time goes by. In fact, the more Boeings, GEs, BMWs, Fluors, Goodrich, Milliken, the more they keep adding technology and new business development here in their own backyard, the more suppliers they aggregate and attract. Chart, please. So, there are investment merits in South Carolina to investing deliberately through this commission in some form or fashion in the mobility segment of the economy that we find ourselves in. We're at the crossroads in that economy. You have all these companies that are already here. We're already in these industries. They are strategically important to South Carolina. They even tie into our school activities. Have you seen what's going on, for example, at Trident Tech in terms of how many technicians they are feeding directly into the Boeing plant? Or how Greenville Tech is working still to this day with Stevens Aviation and other firms like that through their apprenticeship program. We're in a target-rich environment. In aerospace alone, as we think about making investments, we have 25,000 companies with revenues above $5 million. We can name the top 5 or 10 here in this room, but the rest of them are all middle market companies looking for a home, constantly evolving with technology, constantly shifting around as the industry continues to change and advance. And the bottom line to all of this is that every one of these industries that I've talked about, aerospace, automotive, advanced materials, and the related technologies, when managed properly by proven operators, produce high yield returns. We sold a company recently to a $1 billion engineering firm. We built it up from 22 million to over 100 million in 4.5 years. We got 60% IRR to our institutional shareholders. I'm not a financier, and I almost flunked math at West Point, but they tell me those are good numbers. Okay? Chart, please. So since we're already in this industry, let's take a closer look at some of the ways that our thinking today might be advanced into industries that are strategically important all the way from the governor's office on down. Chart. In aerospace, if you haven't been to the Boeing plant, you should visit there because it'll blow your mind. If you haven't seen a 48-foot diameter fuselage turning on a giant composite spindle, you owe it to yourself to take the tour because it will illuminate for you what we're trying to say today. I'd like to say this, that Charleston Harbor is going to resemble Puget Sound in 10 years, not 25 years. The way things are accelerating in our industry, those giant airlifters, those second and third stage technology planes that I showed you earlier, they'll be built here and they'll start coming off the drawing boards in less than 10 years. If we're smart about how we apply our capital in the state of South Carolina, they will be built in South Carolina. Chart. Here's a few metrics about how industries in my industry alone, or companies in our industry, are aggregating down here in the Southeast. Some 1,800 companies in the aerospace industry down here and continuing to cluster with a higher velocity and acceleration of clustering than the industry has ever seen. Chart. So it's big business. Let's take a look at these metrics. Down here in the in the 7 states noted on this chart, there are over 700 airports, almost 1,500 companies, 61,000 airplanes, plus airlines and military, 47 military bases, 250,000 direct jobs, and who knows how much spillover factor, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, and almost $50 billion a year of direct economic impact. This is big business down here. Chart, please. In automotive, we've all seen the success story of BMW up in Greer, South Carolina. And right next to it, of course, is the huge success of Michelin. We're now the largest tire manufacturer of any state in the United States. It's one of our biggest exports as a state. Chart, please. Advanced materials. When was the last time you stepped on an airplane? I've flown recently. Have you? Did you notice that most of the materials on an airplane are no longer metal? Okay, you might have gotten on an old airplane that's mostly aluminum, but the new ones that are being built out of materials just like this. They're being built out of woven materials that are baked in ovens and then you put seats in them, and away they go. The heaviest thing on that airplane is going to be the landing gear and the engines, and everything else is going to be featherweight by comparison. Landing gear and engines are going to stay metal. Pretty much count on it, at least for a while. Related technologies, I talked earlier about what cockpits look like. I flew down here in a small plane today. It had more technology in a small airplane than Apollo 11 had on its flight. Next. How about related technologies? I'm in the process I've got a meeting on Thursday of this week with Janet Oakley, the new Secretary of Transportation, to talk about pods and how pods here at Heathrow Airport, very, very successful program there, could actually enhance the quality of life in some of our urban areas starting in Greenville. There is a serious initiative going on in the upstate right now to put some pods around the airport, put some pods into the Greenville hospital system, and to link it all into downtown. The cost of this type of system, if you could go back to that in just a minute, because my billion-dollar engineering company is also in rail. The cost of doing this type of novel, innovative program is 1/4 the cost of light rail. Okay, we all talk about light rail and how innovative that is. The cost of this is 1/4 of light rail. Chart. This is SC TAC, formerly known as Donaldson Air Force Base, up in the upstate. It's near Greenville. It started off as a place for Lockheed Aerobot, that big facility in the back, to modify old military jets. Then Stevens Aviation. Well, we moved our big facility out there. That's Stevens Aviation in the hangars to the right. It's now the home of about 150 companies that are largely in this industry, and CU ICAR is creating a new auto tech center out there on the old abandoned runway to turn it into an absolutely innovative center for advanced automotive technologies. When I talk about convergence, that's what I'm talking about. Sure. So with that, I'm going to be followed by Bill McClendon. Bill McClendon is the CEO of Perot Aerospace, #1 in his class from the Air Force Academy, and a Rhodes Scholar. So of the two of us, he's the smart one.
Steve. I've been working with Steve for a long time. One of the things I did early in my Air Force career, I flew fighters, and we always had somebody when we're having a big engagement who'd kind of hang around the outside and get perspective on it. They'd just generate all sorts of activity and interest. We called them high-speed cheerleaders, and Steve is a high-speed cheerleader. He better than anybody I know. He can summarize opportunity and find it. I've been working with Steve for a long time, and I hope to continue working with him for a long time. What I'm going to cover are very simple concepts. One is that what we're proposing is not new. We know that. You've talked about it many times in the past. And there's nothing magic about what we're proposing. It's really just about a gut feel that this is the right thing to do for the state because of the natural development of the industries in South Carolina. That's the first thing. And from an operator's perspective, the needs we have as operators to take advantage of this huge amount of energy that's happening in this region, in the Southeast and in South Carolina. You don't have to look far to find great examples. You're all familiar with what's happened in Alabama with the Robert Trent Jones Gulf Trail. Slide, please. And there are several slides of what a large number of states are working on and have been doing, which is essentially public-private partnerships, investing a lot of the pension funds into the private economy. and I'm not going to go through all of these, and you'll see that there are many, many examples and very recent examples where there are many states that are deciding to take a stronger look at how they might encourage or improve the business in their states or in their regions by investing monies in these manners. Now, I understand that it is a tremendously complex task you all have to try to figure out how to invest a very sizable amount of funds, and we recognize the devil's in the details. But we believe, and what Steve was sharing with you, we believe that the opportunity is there because it's just happening in our state and our region. And if you can team as a state with a large pension fund with the proper industries that have natural energy behind them, and with operators like Steve and myself and others in other industries, that it just makes sense. We're all focused on first and foremost on the same thing you're focused on, and that is on strong returns on all the invested capital, strong returns. But how to take advantage of the natural energy in the industry to make those returns very strong and to yield other benefits for the state and the region. The next few slides are exactly that, a conceptual proposal. This is lifted almost straight from the North Carolina Interventions Fund charter statement. Again, there's nothing new and novel about this, but what it is, it's an opportunity for you to have another look at this idea, recognize what's happening in our state, and it's going to be happening whether we do anything about it here or not for the next several decades. We're very well positioned to take advantage of all this energy that we're witnessing. The Palmetto Mobility Fund, as we're laying it out right now, would be a $200 million overall fund. A smaller piece of that fund, in our minds, would come from state funding. We would leverage every dollar from state funding with $2 from outside funding, from our own personal funds as well as some other funds, both inside and outside the state. The key to this, and we believe there are differentiators from things you might have looked at in the past or from what other states are doing, are a few things. Slide, please. Go one more slide. We'll skip. Next slide, please. There are many benefits. Differentiators. We believe that there are reasons to consider something like this now because we want to do something that's different. We recognize there are a lot of interests and a lot of attention to how funds are managed and certainly how private equity investments are managed. We've been around private equity our entire careers, and we're aware of all the million ways you can structure these things and how the benefits flow. But we would propose something that we think is a little bit below market in terms of costs to the investors. I don't want to get into the details, but the overall structure of the fund we would propose would involve less direct state investment and higher net returns to the state because our admin fees would be below what we believe market is. And I know you've seen many different proposals on these sorts of things. We also believe in the importance of management having skin in the game. Specifically, I mean the principals that would be working with the fund, we would invest meaningful portions of our own personal wealth into this. So we have common interests in producing strong returns, first and foremost. Quick summary. We think South Carolina and this region is a region that's ready for something big to happen. And whether or not we participate together in a public-private sort of way, it's going to happen. You know, we're operators and we deal with companies and private equity and all sorts of opportunities day in and day out. And when we step back in the macro sense and we look at what's happened and we look at the tasks you face in terms of generating superior returns for the fund, in our minds, it makes inherent sense. Recognizing the devil's in the details, we want to propose something to you which is perhaps a bit different. We want to leverage all of our careers and our strengths in working with funds and working in the industry and having broad networks. We want to put our own skin in the game. We think that's important. We want to first and foremost focus on really strong returns for all invested dollars. And secondly, because we have a strong network in South Carolina and in the region, when we find a good investment that merits investment, we preferentially do it in South Carolina, or we bring more businesses to South Carolina, although that's not the primary focus. We'll find good investments first and we'll bring whatever we can to South Carolina. So that is it in a nutshell. Steve, anything else you'd like to add before we conclude?
No, I think that's a good wrap up. If it worked in the types of industries we're talking about, automotive, aerospace, advanced materials, it would work in other industries that are strategically critical to the state as well. We just wanted you to think about it and present it from the point of view of not private equity fund guys that are making those typical types of pitches, but from two working CEOs in South Carolina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I really didn't, have anything else. I just wanted really to expose it as a concept, to put it back on the table. I do think there is a way, it can be done. My intention, obviously, staff would have to work out the exact details and structure, but I think without the board support, we're not going to have the staff buy-in, because there are a lot of management, organizational, issues that go with it. So that was the main purpose of me asking for it to be put on the table today.
I have a question.
Yeah.
As you're thinking about the industries themselves, do you foresee that all the investments would have to be companies that are actually located in South Carolina?
No. Did everybody hear the question? They don't have to be in South Carolina. But like the North Carolina Innovations Fund, their charter says if there's some way that it would have a nexus into North Carolina, that would make good sense, but let's make sure that it's a good investment first. There are companies in Wichita, there are companies up and down the Texas corridor, even a few maybe in California, some in the Northwest, many in the Northeast, and a whole lot of them in the Southeast and Mid-Atlantic that'll make perfectly sound investments in this gigantic industry segment that we're talking about, where you just leave them in place and make it a good investment. Platform company that I recently sold, when I say platform company, in other words, buy one company, add several to it, build it up as a consolidation platform. We started off at 22 million. We quintupled the size of the business through 2 acquisitions, a joint venture and an overseas JV. Built it up through a lot of organic growth and a lot of hard work. And as I said, some of that was in overseas, some of it was domestic USA. So in terms of making returns to our investors, in terms of what has been our habit, they didn't care where the investments were, as long as it was good strategy, good execution, and deliberate value growth managing. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of presenting the idea of organizing around communities, however you define that community, right? I mean, what we've traditionally done in private equity is we've done it by capital type. We're going into a mezz fund, or we're going into a leveraged buyout fund, rather than we're going into this industry, right? We're going to be active in this industry no matter where that industry is, knowing that the industry has, exposure here, right? I mean, there's naturally going to be more activity here. Second thing, as the number of deals is proliferated, right? I mean, companies come in, private equity guys will tack on, there's financings, indirect financings that go with that. I mean, it may not just be getting all their financing from the fund, right? They may come in with a debt piece, right? So some of us just saying, hey, we're open for business, right? I mean, there's senior debt, there's unsecured debt, and then there's the actual private equity fund themselves, right? But the communication plan is going to put us, more direct into those, opportunities. So the way I conceptually did it and what came out of the research, right? I mean, there are a lot of ways to define ourselves, but it's certainly, I think it would be a mistake to say we're going to do it by geography, right? I think a better way to conceptualize it is how do we do it by communities, and how do we define those communities? Because again, it can be by capital type, it can be by industry, it may be by geography in certain cases, but certainly, I think it would be a mistake to limit it to geography.
Thank you very much. We're going to hop in the plane and head back to Greenville. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Did any guidance from us in this
What do you want at this point, Alan? What you want us to have a discussion?
What I'm really
about
asking the
whether
board
to
members are, if Herschel and team decided this was the way they wanted to go about organizing their asset class plans or other things, right? That broadly speaking, they would have board support to do it, right? In that, I think to execute a plan like this, I mean, back to sort of that jumble of the way the process normally looks, if we went back to my slide, right, okay, the investment bank, well, keep going, right, keep going, one more, there, that one, right? That's the world in which we operate, And I think this really gets that question of passive and active, and how much are we willing to empower our staff, right? Whether that's an issuer coming to us directly, whether it's an operating business, because candidly, I feel like a lot of what happens in the pension world is we go through this process and we ultimately want, no offense to Hewitt, I think they're an important process, right? It's kind of that outside check. But I think we ask too much and we hide too much behind the consultant when ultimately we have to be responsible for the decision, right? And so I say that what I would like to see is, ultimately that, if Herschel and them want it to come with a, direct company, or, they find a good operating partner to come, right? Like what I shared with them, the reason why I wanted Steve and these guys to come today, because candidly, I don't think if they did decide to do a fund, they would ever make it through an institutional investment process, right? And I think that's a lot of what you're going to find, but they are very successful operators who can make this plan a lot of money, right? But it's not something that's going to come through this, right? Right? I mean, just to navigate this takes a skill set and a knowledge base that candidly people in the real world don't necessarily have, right? I mean, and that's one of the reasons why they get the question, right? Or operators ask the question of, hey, what do y'all do, right? And we make it so incredibly hard, right, that there's this huge disconnect that you're this big pool of capital trying to find good investments, right, but there's no way to navigate or find you. So what I would like to see is that, hey, we really do empower our staff, right, that we really do have that trust level in our staff to go and execute, and when they bring a plan and it's well thought out and it meets the policies and it meets the procedures, that they know they aren't going to get the political blowback at the end of the day. I mean, that's really what I want to see come out of this, right? I'm not trying to dictate any specific course of action, but rather us as a board to make a statement that, hey, this is important. I do think these industries are important. I mean, that's the one part that came out of our research, but that may require rethinking the way we traditionally do things, right? As opposed to being in the mezz fund, that we're going to be in an aerospace specific fund, knowing that in isolation that's going to look like a riskier fund. It might be a stage one fund. It might be an operating business. Right? I mean, what's that actually look like? But my inclination would be to leave that to staff, but staff to know confidently that if they bring it to us and it's well thought out, that they would have a reasonable chance of having board support.
I'm not quite clear. Are you suggesting that staff deal directly with individual companies, or are we talking about?
It could. I mean, it could take a lot of forms. Yeah. So
going with this group that came in today.
No, this has nothing to do with that group that came in today. But like, for example, what I mean by that, let's go through an example. Right. If you're out there and you're a private equity fund, right, one of the problems we know that flows from that is valuation and all these other issues around valuations, transparency, information, right? Versus what a lot of hedge funds do is they go and they set up a SPAC. Right? And what is a SPAC? It's a public company that's funded with cash, right? That then has an operating team that goes and makes an acquisition, right? That, of a private company, and they immediately put it in a public shell, and you avoid all the valuation issues and other things, right? Is that something we would, have we ever thought about requiring our private equity guys to say, no, we'd rather participate through a SPAC structure versus a fund structure, right? I mean, it's a legitimate question, right? Of how are we going to implement that plan. So it's certainly not a specific proposal for any specific group, right? It's really more the broad thing in that I think we've made it incredibly hard, right? And this affects our communication to explain to people what we do, because that's what it looks like.
It goes back to what I'm hearing as well, is how does the commission wish for staff to act as an investor? And that goes back to our beliefs discussion earlier today of once you determine the asset allocation, do you just need a few people in place to maintain that asset allocation? We'll just rebalance back to that allocation. You don't need a lot of folks to do that. There's not a lot of research or thought that goes into it other than you define what that strategic long-term asset allocation is. Plans out there do that. Nevada, they're a little bit more active, but they would be the closest example I could come up with. Way side of the other spectrum is you've seen a lot of Canadian pension funds. They are competitors to BlackRock and Apollo and Goldman Sachs, and they have hundreds of people on staff, and they have very large budgets. They have compensations that probably would make everyone's head spin in here. It's a very different business model. but they are staffed and resourced to go out and do and act like a private equity direct investor for any and everything that they do, if that's their choice. They do have other traditional investments there. That goes back to, we talk about constraints and the business model that we can actually implement. I will tell you the Nevada model probably isn't the best from what I'm hearing the commission talk about. And I don't think we could ever get to the Canadian pension fund model. That's just completely, I shouldn't say unconstrained. There's governments, they run very effectively, but they're run truly like private equity investment businesses. Recognizing our limitations of how do you want to invest? Which active decisions do you want to take on? Which active decisions do you wish to delegate to staff? That's really what's being talked about here, and how do you want us to approach investing? So for instance, within private equity, we have typically allocated so much to venture and growth and buyout and mezz and so on and so forth as the underlying strategies. Well, we also know that one of your very first, more than I think it's actually your very first private equity investment was financial services, Aqualine. They focus on financial services. We've made strategic investments within CRT, and then the strategic partnership concept allows you to make not only fund investments, but other strategic investments. So we've already talked about the Athene investment. Do you want to continue to invest in those kind of strategies, or do you prefer to invest in purely directing capital back to funds? Because once you make that decision to invest in a fund, that manager makes all the decisions for you. You have the decision in most cases of when to put capital in and when to withdraw capital, unless you're in a private equity structure, and then they make that decision of calling capital and giving it back. So the totality is, how do we collectively wish to structure a model of investing? I think that's the real question on the table.
What I would love to see is for you and Sarah to say, here's where we are now. Budget constraints, operational constraints, personnel constraints, and, investment constraints, what we've already, tied into, and liquidity, and here's where we are. And, based on that, here's where we want to be, and here are all the steps and how long it's going to take us to get there. I don't know if this fits in. I mean, it could, it may not. I just don't know, because I don't know enough about this. I need your investment staff, or to say, if you right now say, listen, this is great, but it's great in 5 years, or listen, this is great and we should go for it right now, that would be helpful to me, because I don't know. But that's the type of direction I need from your investment staff. I consider you guys the experts on it.
Sure. The conceptual investments being strategic, that's exactly why these strategic partnerships were developed, to be able to take on those direct investment opportunities within those vehicles. The key component to that is, that you're talking about, is how do you overcome the limitations you have from the amount of staff and the budgets. And to give you an example of where budget becomes really important, if you go out and purchase a building, and that environmental study costs you $50,000 for a building. If we're operating in the context we're operating in today, we have to go out and do an RFP to get someone to come in and do the environmental study. Then they have all the other state regulations about how do they go about the environmental study, the cost on the balance sheet coming off directly. If you're investing in a fund, in a real estate fund, all the due diligence costs are being absorbed by that fund. So it's not that it's not being done, it's how does that cost get effectuated. Right. So within the partnership model, you're able to actually execute and implement very specific strategies. With that said, it's our capital alongside with professional operators, such as the folks at Goldman Sachs or Apollo and GSO, et cetera, who are sourcing and underwriting those deals, and staff is underwriting, basically their underwriting, because we're not going to go back and do another $50,000 study. So that's the context of how we have to operate today to be able to be more strategic with some of the investments. With respect to an industry-focused fund allocation, if you will, you're already picking up some of that today, whether it's in a healthcare strategy, financial services strategy, technology strategy. I picked this up to be aviation, I think they called it mobility type strategy. So that ability to allocate to funds can be there, but I think if you're saying that we need to take the investment staff and take the next step to where we're being the GP, basically, we're not in a position to be able to take that on. That's where you have to partner with somebody else. So, I'm gonna say.
I would just say, and to take that on, I think would be a significant undertaking. So if we do want to do that, if you all do want us to do that, I think we do need a long-term plan for that, and we need to think about the legal staff that we would need, and we would need to think about the accounting that we would need, because all of a sudden then you aren't relying on that GP valuation anymore. Then that, then we have to actually do those valuations ourselves. That's just it's a different model. It's not that it can't be done, it's just, it's more than what we're doing today, because when we invest in a fund today, or we invest through a strategic partnership, we're relying on that strategic partner or that GP to do those things for us. And if we were to invest in companies directly, then we have to start doing that ourselves, and that is different. And we would have to have the resources to do that. So I think what I would want is, if you all do want to head down that path, that we think about the resources we need before we make the decisions to invest, and make sure that we get the buy-in and we get the resources we need first, and then do it. I don't want to do the investment first and then have to figure out how to do the valuation later, because I think that could put us in a difficult position.
So I would agree that I think if we invest this way, we have to be next to a sponsor. We do it, today through the partnerships or investing directly into a private equity fund. We are looking at ways we can create fund-to-ones in the hedge fund world. We've done that. So you can actually have very specific guidelines in place, and that manager will manage to those guidelines. So, but again, I think to Sarah's point is, for us ourselves to take on all that full responsibility, we're just currently not staffed to be able to become.
But there are other operational models.
But there are operational models that.
When we did the original RFP, right, we were going to outsource all this activity, right? But what we were doing was giving verbal support that we supported this activity, right? Knowing that when things go wrong, it's going to be a little bit closer to home versus somewhere else that no one pays attention, and it gets averaged out in the return, right? I mean, CSFB responded to the RFP. Group Rourke, who Jamie Wall's now at WJ Partners in Spartanburg, works for George Jean Johnson up there. She responded as Porter Rourke. Who else did I find? Stone, whoever does it for Michigan. What's their name? I forget the name of that company.
Yeah. Leonard Green.
Yeah.
BB&T.
Yeah.
There's 8 or 9 folks responded to that RFP.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, to clarify, I was kind of speaking broadly about, do we want to be fund allocators or do we want to be investors? And I was thinking bigger than, just this. So if you.
My point was, I think there's still a way we can do, without changing our stripes, right, implement a plan that has more impact here, right, and still is consistent with what we do, how we do it, right? But I think it does take a little bit more thought, and it does require us to take a look at some things we might not otherwise look at, because they're not going to come through this process, right? Because they're industry focused versus capital level focused, right? I mean, we just traditionally have not looked at private equity funds that are sector focused. I mean, we have 2 that I'm aware of. We have Aquiline and Welsh Carson does healthcare, right? Those are about the only 2, right, that really kind of organize more by industry than capital type.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this a little bit later as well, but as part of the asset class plans and that investment strategy within real estate, is taking a look at separate accounts. So we've been doing a lot of work there as well. And the whole idea, again, is that you're able to put guidelines and boundaries around managers to invest in specific, either it could be geographies or property types, et cetera, that you think are dislocated or just a place you would want to allocate capital to. The key to that is finding a very solid operator. As an example, Greystar, who's a national multifamily platform, I think one of the largest property management organizations in the U.S., would be, and it's a manager we've allocated committed $150 million of capital to for their multi-strategy program. We would take a look at them as a manager and as operating partner of saying, this is someone that we would take a look at doing a separate account with, recognizing it's focused on multifamily. But why would we do that? Because we believe there's a specific niche or fulfillment that they have within the investments that we're looking to capitalize on. If we believe that aerospace or technology or healthcare or life sciences, a dislocation in financial services that we just went through, because I would actually say that there were several investment strategies that were looked at by the commission that were focused on investment strategies. One was the commitment to the Ranieri real estate component to it. There was Aqualine, there was CRT, and there were some other investments happening within partnerships. So there was a move by the commission, a tactical decision to invest in very specific assets for a specific point in time. Is mobility and aerospace where we need to go today and now? I don't know. What I heard was some very interesting information, and I was educated. I didn't realize that the Southeast was one of the largest corridors for aerospace and investment, but it's one of these things, your eyes are open to it now, so you could take a look at, does this make sense? Does it meet the institutional quality investment that we would require and seek? And bring that, but at least you have a starting point for a conversation, as opposed to totally missing out on a part of the market. So.
Speaking just for me, going back to the larger picture, is who are we? It seems to me that we should be an asset allocator to the extent we're seeking beta, and an investor or speculator or opportunistic trader to the extent we're seeking alpha. And that it makes a lot of sense to seek alpha in places where you have some advantage over other people, whether that's industry knowledge or geographic knowledge or contacts that other people don't have, whatever you can leverage. So to me, it makes sense to be, as I said, thinking of ourselves in, are we seeking alpha and beta? And to the extent we have some very talented people on staff, that we should leverage their time into seeking alpha and less of their time into seeking beta, and then rely on them to make sound decisions. And if I say much more than that, I get into my level of ignorance rather than my level of belief.
I think that's well said. I think, to add to that, that just goes back to the slide, right? As the world becomes more private in its activities, which it is definitely becoming, because institutions can transact with each other without an exchange in the middle, right? It forces you, whether you want to or not, into more, as you termed it, alpha activities, right? Because how can you index private equity? You can't, right? Unless you're going to make little tiny investments in a whole lot of funds, right? That would be the opposite approach in terms of, okay, if we said we want to passively invest in private equity, I would say let's cut our allocations $5 million and make 100 of them, right? And it shows even in the number of deals by private equity funds in our own marketplace, right? Of how bad we're missing the market, right? So I think that's right. To the question of, okay, are we approaching private equity passively? Well, so, I think there's, implication, or if we're going to approach it actively, in which case there's, so I do think that absolutely drives a lot of how we behave at the end of the day, right?
Say the private equity allocation.
Because if you make a mistake and want to unwind it, you don't have the liquidity. So if we trade into a long beta strategy, we recognize we made a mistake on the pricing path, want to trade back out of it, you've got that liquidity. In the private equity, I think that there is some prudence in that vintage year diversification and being diversified across strategies. So I don't think we can forget that, because we can't perfectly time markets, and I think we all probably recognize and feel that. With that said, I think that we can also identify opportunities and be much more tactical with the way we allocate to them. So if it's a sector-based fund, or you see a dislocation in Asia or wherever, you need to have that ability to be able to allocate at the right size, the right level of risk, et cetera. But you need to recognize once you allocate to private equity, you're allocated. The trade-off is, what do you get for that liquidity that you're giving up? And the idea is that you're actually hiring operators who can come in and actually create efficiencies within companies and drive a higher multiple or more growth so that you can get the price appreciation. When you invest in the public markets, you have to have confidence that the existing management team in place can actually do that for you. And if you don't like what they're doing, then you can sell it very quickly. Or if you want to take on an activist strategy, you can go buy many shares and try to have influence that way. But to have the most influence at a company level, I believe you'll find that in the private markets. So.
Yeah, the other part, I don't want to downplay it, right? Because even within our existing activities, I do think, our law, talks about other benefits or the minority issue, right? There's some additional questions we ought to ask even of our existing things, right? Because there are ways we can provide those benefits, right? So what I mean by that is, even in this convoluted world where we wind up making allocations to a fund and that fund might have 20 underlying companies, right? There are 20 underlying boards, right, that we might be able to influence, right? But if we can't detail, what those companies are, who's on those boards, right? So I say that I wanted to put it on the table that I do think there are things that we organizationally ought to do that go beyond just the capital allocation, right? That are important for, if we are truly to meet our other things that we're, asked to consider, right, in our investment program.
But Alan, having said all that,
Yeah.
doesn't that imply a much different kind of organization than we presently have?
Not necessarily. Like, I'll give you, this has been one of my frustrations.
Who would do all this?
Capital IQ has it, right? I mean, this gets back to data and how data is shared, right? I mean, you absolutely can detail, with a handful of buttons, right, what those private equity funds, what companies they own, and what their board structures look like. That should not be a hard question for us to answer and be able to share and for everyone else at this table to know, right? It's just not.
Well, maybe I'm missing something, but aren't you talking about some more direct involvement with specific companies by the organization, by staff or somebody? In other words, being intimately involved in the management of individual companies?
I mean, maybe not, right? I mean, again,
Well, you don't do that by just pushing a lot of buttons, Alan. You know that as well as I do.
No, well, you can detail the information, right? And do we as a public plan have an obligation to detail what we own and why we own it and who's, making those decisions, right? I mean, that alone, I think, right? I mean, the fact that we can't drill through, right? I mean, if I ask for a list of our underlying holdings today, I mean, this gets back to the whole reporting infrastructure, right? We can't answer that question. And that affects our risk profile.
Which we don't know.
Which we don't know. Right.
We're doing the best we can.
Right.
The implementation of the administrators.
It should help, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's supposed to give us a complete look through to the underlying
Right.
companies.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that it will give us look through to the board, the board composition of those underlying structures.
But there's
So if
ways
there's
to
a software,
track
if there's a software that we can purchase to get that.
But let me ask, do we do that for our public holdings, like all of the BlackRock, the $2 billion we just put in BlackRock? Do we go down to all of those individual companies and look at all their board makeup?
Well, that's an index. That BlackRock, right?
Yeah, it's an index of a bunch of companies, but, I mean,
You
I don't know.
can, I mean, you can pull it up on Edgar. I mean, that's easy enough to do.
I'm asking what's our responsibility
Right.
to be doing that?
Well, if I could just make a couple quick comments. I think there's a big issue I think we need to be clear about, which is departing the world of being an asset owner to being an asset operator. And Herschel's mentioned the Canadian funds. They have investment banking teams. So think about compensation challenges we face in the public sector now. You would be in need of being able to lure people away from more traditional investment banking firms, to have them work for you, seek out firms, purchase them, and run them. So that, I mean, obviously we don't have to decide whether you do that now, but when you think about where you see the commission involving, do you see it being able to compensate people to do that right? Do you see it being able to operate businesses where you may have to shut down a factory or make some hard decisions?
All right, let me ask you a simple question. Do you know what they paid the top guy at Harvard Endowment last year?
6.9 million. Now, we've had lots of comments and discussions about compensation and what the average person in South Carolina makes. Do you think anybody in this room is going to defend $7 million compensation to somebody in this organization? Come on, be realistic. Is that going to happen? What do you think? Could you defend $7 million to someone in this organization?
Robert can defend it either. Their returns don't.
Well, that's precisely what we're talking about.
Now, I think these are the two extremes, and I think there's more that can be done in between. And the question may be, does this commission want the staff to look into the viability of this model? But I don't know that any US-based institution is doing it right now.
Well, I think from what I'm hearing, I think there's a lot of questions, but two main ones. One is just generally, philosophically, where are we headed as an organization and what does the commission want from us? Is investing in funds okay, or do you want us to change that focus? From a very big picture point of view, I think that has very large ramifications as to what we need for staff's budgets, operating, and all that sort of thing. But Alan, I think your question is perhaps, tied to the big question, but a smaller question is, is the opportunity in South Carolina, is there a way that we can
Seek better alignment. With that normal activity.
With a smaller, right, not the whole portfolio,
Right,
right?
correct.
With a smaller portion of the portfolio.
Correct.
It's possible to sleep on this or something. It seems like a lot of information.
There was no, ask here. I mean, this was just to have the discussion, right? To make sure we are also aware, right? There are two things in our law, right? I mean, for example, just detailing minority-owned firms, right? That is something we cannot do, right? So how can we say we have met the mandate of the law, which asked us to strive, when we can't even document it, right? So I say that I think all these questions, right? I mean, there's always the investment question, but there are other things that as a public fund we're asked to do, right? And that people look for us to do, right? And I think we have to think about our role a little more broadly, right?
Well, let me ask one question. We're a little bit over our time, and I'm going to take a break as soon as we finish this, because obviously there's some thinking to do about this. But is there any appetite among the commissioners that we become strictly an asset allocator?
That we become one?
Yeah, that's all we do, the commission as a whole.
I hadn't sensed that, but I do think we ought to have a little stiffer parameters. I think we're moving that way. I think what Herschel's done in the last year has showed us exactly where he wants to go and where he thinks active management is going to pay off for us the most. And that's the clarity that I didn't see for a long time. So I think we're headed that way.
Headed away from being strictly an asset allocator.
Yeah, well, we aren't an asset. I mean, strictly an asset allocator.
But I think Sarah had a fundamental question, that is, should we redirect towards being an asset allocator, or should we be more creative?
Yeah, and to kind of outline that again, and Nevada would be an example in the public pension fund world of the vast majority of their assets are allocated to managers or in a passive format. I think they do have some that are allocated to private equity, and that they focus strictly on rebalancing decisions or making tactical tilts. They had 2 staff members, and now they're using an outsourced CIO solution. But it's a very low-cost implementation. Most of it's passive, and it's focused purely on asset allocation and rebalancing. Or you have other plans, take Wisconsin, for example, that they started out with passive management. They went to more active management. I believe they're about to launch a long-short equity fund internally. They have an innovation dedicated state investment program, and then they have a lot of investments in private markets. The private markets allocation, when you typically hear alternatives and where that really took hold from understanding the public pension fund world, was Oregon and Washington State, and then the California funds. And a lot of that was real estate and private equity. And they have fairly substantial allocations to those strategies as well. So, and then also you have seen ourselves, Texas teachers and others have a strategic partnership model. And I guess 5, 6, 7 years ago, that concept started, of where you're not just doing a pure blind allocation to a fund, but think of these as more of a customized separate account or fund of one structure where you can have a lot more transparency and control of the investments, but you're not having to go out as staff ourselves and underwrite every investment itself, just as an Apollo or a Blackstone or GSO would. They're taking on that responsibility. With that said, you've still got more control and more transparency into the assets. Then the next evolution would be the Canadian pension fund model, and that was actually the model of where NewCo came from. Just having a dedicated private organization that has, outside the compensation structure of a normal pension fund, would look much more like an investment bank, and that's what they've created. They are private investment companies. I don't think we'll get there.
Yeah, but the time horizon you've discussed is not long. I mean, from when California, those other guys hauled off and started buying real estate and heavy in hedge funds and all that, they're pulling back tremendous amounts of that now, rethinking their whole programs. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I think it's whatever you decide to do, whatever you think is reasonable, is to do it well. That's the most important thing. Right next is it the long-term guy, Jack somebody, the CIO, Iowa, who's very traditional, kind of a 60-40. I hate to mention that because we never proposed that. It just gets wrapped around my head. But his theory is, and he has long-term returns much better than most plans out there. He's a very traditional investor. He said, just put it in there and sit and let it do its work. He does a lot of these other things, but they do everything well, and his returns show it. So I think that what we do is the most important thing, is because there's a lot of different ways, and in 5 years, what we're doing now is not going to be nearly as fashionable as it is now, right? Just like the Canadians. I read the 2 or 3 blogs from up there. There's a lot of dissatisfaction. And so they were the rage. Now what's next to come down the pipe? But I just think if we have a good, clear vision from the commission and the staff knows what they can do, what they can't do, that's the best way.
Right, yeah, and my comments were not that
one's better than the other. I appreciate exactly what you said.
Defining the business model.
Yeah, but there were other opportunities we missed in South Carolina, and maybe the way these guys said it is not the right way. Maybe it's in some of these strategic partnerships, and we really need to hammer down. We would like to devote money this way if we can. You had talked about Credit Suisse before. They came underwrite after the downturn. South Carolina had a bunch of real estate, marked it all down, still couldn't sell it. Some of it is still a tremendous buy. Oceanfront property, riverfront property we have as a state, can't sell it because now it's still distressed property. We're not distressed owners. We don't have to sell it. But on some of this property, it dropped by 50%. I mean, we're not going to find anywhere in the world better than some of those investments we had right here in 2008, 9, and 10. We just weren't able to do it. And so what I take away from what you're saying is it sure would be nice if one way or the other, we have the opportunity to work closer to home.
I think there's an advantage. I mean, back to Reynolds' point, I mean, I think there's an advantage if we do it and we have the right policies and procedures and all the other things that go with it. I think there's a real material advantage to operating closer to, at least with some of your money, closer to home. I absolutely believe that.
Maybe, Mason, my gosh, there's been tons of money made there. It just doesn't, none of it stays here. And then the taxpayer ends up picking the bill in the end anyway. So,
All right, well, we call it right, but I think I'm fairly summarizing that there's no appetite to tell Herschel not to look at things like this. Just rely on staff to look at things like this and similar things and come to us with good ideas, and we're very comfortable with that. Okay?
To look at.
To look at, okay. And make your own recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hope everyone is clear that an initiative of this type is not in the SIOP at the present time. The document that typically is utilized by the commission to tell staff what it's supposed to do. And number two, this initiative is nowhere to be found in the AIP, which you all just approved on May 1st. And which is Herschel's mechanism and staff's mechanism for telling the commission, here's what I'm going to do during the coming fiscal. And so, in no small part because I do detect a fair amount of frustration in Mr. Gillespie's comments today about the history of this item over the last 5 years, I do think that you're leaving Mr. Harper and staff in a slightly uncomfortable position. What are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to, are they getting a directive from you all to research this and act on this and come back to you, or are they, what are they supposed to do?
I think they're getting a nudge to consider.
I mean, y'all hired a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of smart people in this room and sitting in Columbia.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, we're not gonna do anything now.
So I didn't think, I didn't take this as a nudge. I just took it, I took it as, we're not mandating one way or another, and if the investment team happens to think that this would be a wise,
Within the confines of the existing
choice to
AIP
look
and
at
existing SIOP, they're free to consider things like this.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say, I've asked for this to be on the agenda, maybe to more overtly make it a little bit more of a nudge than the resistance that I've traditionally gotten back from staff on it, right? In fact, we had the RFP previously that was never acted upon, right? The fact that, you know, RFP documents, right, had to be obtained by third-party sources, right? So,
Apparently, although Mr. Harper needs to know about that sort of thing if that happens. You know that if you have problems obtaining information, you should let him know, and his job is to then, you know, figure out how to solve that problem.
And let me also state, this has nothing to do with Herschel. I mean, these were prior people who are no longer here, right? So let me state that clearly for the record as it relates to that.
Thank you for clarifying.
But, so, I mean, I did ask this to be on the agenda to make it a little bit more than just a passive nudge, just given the history of inaction, you know, on the issue, despite the fact that we crafted an RFP.
I think we need to be clear here. Are we, again, and I think, Robert, you make a very good point. Are we, when you say we need to give it a little more of a nudge, if we give it a little more of a nudge, are we instructing staff to proceed to implement this? Or are we telling them to investigate this as to whether or not this is a viable and a strategy we should pursue? It's two separate things. I'm of the opinion that we should, if we choose to even consider this, that it should be an unbiased opinion, and it should be examined factually, and a recommendation be made. If we give staff instructions to pursue this, then the result is already predetermined.
I agree with that. That's why I would say the latter, right?
Well, then what you're suggesting is do you want us to implement this program?
No, this isn't a program, this isn't a proposal.
No, well.
I am asking for the allocation of time.
So
to research it.
You want the
Yeah.
investment team to do due diligence on this? And
No,
come
this
back to
isn't anything. This isn't anything specific to do due diligence on. This is for them to take time, consider the issue, think about how a program structure would be put together, think about the vendors that might be, you know, and if that checks out, then what vendors might you pursue, right? So this is more of a request for them to actually allocate some time thinking on the issue and knowing that if the results of that come back conclusive in their minds, to bring it back in a way that is likely to have a reasonable response from the board.
And every
Nothing more.
AIP you ever looked at
Right.
had stuff in it that we didn't do the year before.
Right.
Staff made those decisions. They said, well, watch, these guys are making money of this. Let's look at this, you know. I suppose when they had the great dislocation in credit, Bob said, hey, I'm gonna go out and run and do this. I don't think y'all gave him specific license to go do that. He went and looked and brought it back to us. The good and best ideas are gonna always come from staff.
So we want them to go investigate this and come back with, yes, it's a good idea, and.
Or no, it's not.
Or no, it's not.
Yeah.
And if, yes, it's a good idea, to have a list of vendors that then they would go do due diligence on and select an investment?
Yeah, I think it should run like any other thing we would do. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is no different than investigating, I don't know, whatever else is in the asset class plans, right? What's the opportunity in global equity, right? What's the opportunity in private equity, right? I mean, in my mind, it's no different than any of those activities. Other than the fact it's probably a little bit more narrow in check size, right? That, you know, at the end of the day, this is not something we could go put $2 billion to work in, right? And therefore you have a time allocation.
Have y'all talked about Invest SC, that Jetta, yeah, there's a $50 million fund at Jetta /Commerce.
and they invested in Azalea, a couple of them, somebody from Greenville, somebody from Charlotte, and somebody from Atlanta. And they didn't figure their distributions exactly right, so they had a little problem there. But they're making money. I mean, they didn't figure the cash flows exactly right. But there's a fund out there, and they did that. I think they're pretty much fully invested. I can find out and send you the stuff. But so there's some experience here, and that was just a different way. They went and hired fund managers, didn't do any operating.
Well, we would just go hire fund managers, right? We have to do due diligence on all of them, right?
Right, what I've heard is to take a look at the opportunity set, and if we believe it's compelling, we bring that back to the commission. If the commission's fine with it, then we would go find the best opportunities within that set, and then bring those back to the commission for approval.
Are you okay with that? Is that, I mean, do you have enough staff to do that? How long, I mean,
Yeah, I would say that for us, it's really taking a look at, well, part of our job, one, is to take a look at all opportunity sets.
okay.
And that's really what we're trying to do, is find where do we believe you can actually get paid more for your capital. We're going to do that regardless. So, but we'll take some time and take a look at the aerospace component of it and what do we believe. And we've done work in energy, some work in technology and other places as well. So we can add the aerospace piece to it.
And you do that without a disproportionate allocation time?
I think we can. We'll go back and take a look at the asset class plans, which we'll review today. We will, reach out to various partners, so everybody recognizes that as well, to get a better idea of the landscape, and they can help us flush through some things very quickly.
Okay. All right, is that a good break point?
Yes.
Okay.
To the podium real quick. Following on with today's conversation of strategic planning and thinking about how we allocate assets and invest, the investment beliefs, this is just a natural progression. And if we think about the annual investment plan that was approved back in last part of April, this is actually a little bit more detail for you with thinking about how we would implement those asset class plans and to walk you through that. The first section actually is an introduction with respect to the way we go about investing and thinking about investing with some core principles of the markets themselves, the kind of factors you're looking at, the economic cycles. And one of the things I'd actually like to do today is, I think you all recognize from the leadership style, I tend to be much more inclusive. And I'd actually like to have other staff members come up and walk through these presentations. So for a couple of reasons. One, it gives you an understanding of who some of the other staff members are and their investment experience and expertise, and lets them be able to have some exposure to you as a commission as well. And so they can actually see how I feel when you're getting a bunch of questions. So, heckle away. So, but I think you'll actually be impressed. And again, this is meant for open discussion and dialogue. And again, I know you're not shy. But first on the deck here will be Justin Young. And Justin joined us about a year ago and had previously worked as an intern and then in Bridgewater for a while as well. And now is back on staff full time. So Justin, I'll turn it over to you for the introduction into the asset class plans.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon. So it's thinking about asset allocation and investing the plan, it's important to start with our sort of primary investment objective, as well as the 4 mandates that we have. First, in the short run, is to maintain liquidity sufficient to pay benefits. The second, longer term goal is to make sure we get a 7.5% return. As an agency, our primary goal is to simply invest those assets, and in the staff is to outperform the strategic asset allocation. This is how we've chosen to do that. This is our sort of broken up into 5 different buckets, starting with our most liquid and safest assets in cash, short duration, core fixed income, and then moving from rates to credit, you have private debt, emerging market debt, high yield bonds, mortgages, and leveraged loans. The opportunistic category includes GTAA and hedge funds. I put a dotted line around this just to show that it's not quite on the expected return and volatility spectrum, It's a little bit of an outlier. It does have a lower volatility, which comes from alpha. But then continuing through the sort of the beta piece, you have real assets, which include commodities and real estate, and then global equity in both public and private. It's important to note too, this dotted line, which shows the assets with, based on HEK's 10-year capital market assumptions, assets which have an expected return of 7.5%. It's only private equity now. I think if you break out global public equity into its components, emerging market equity is above the 7.5% threshold, as well as infrastructure, but we don't have a dedicated infrastructure division. So it's going to make the last few years of really amazing returns are great, but that's going to crimp returns going forward. So that's just an important point to note. So thinking about asset allocation and investing, we've tried to lay out 4 frameworks which you could use to think about that process. The first is portfolio construction. It's just risk. It's measured by volatility, the return, and diversification, measured by correlation. Investment attributes, thinking about liquidity, capital preservation, as well as income and growth, really breaking up that return component. Thinking about economic factors and how they drive the portfolio performance, mainly in terms of growth and inflation, and then how we might invest through the business cycle, all 4 phases of recession, recovery, expansion, and contraction. And it's important to note as well that none of those single perspectives is going to be sufficient. But this is probably the most familiar perspective, sort of the basis of modern portfolio theory. You know, you have your expected return of the assets, the volatility of those assets, and the correlation of them. You have your correlation matrix. You can do a Markowitz mean variance optimization. You put your numbers in and it tells you what you should own. Clearly you have to put some parameters around that. Otherwise you'd end up in a portfolio that was all real estate, hedge funds, and private equity. It's not something that we can do. So I'll transition to next slide. But thinking about return, volatility, and correlation. This slide right here, these 3 charts are basically U.S. equity, S&P, U.S. bonds, it's Barclays U.S. Ag, and then commodities with Dow Jones UBS. Both these axes are set to, all 3 are set from positive 50 to negative 50%. Clearly you can see that commodities and U.S. equity have pretty significant volatility compared with our bond returns. If you look at the total return here, this is the excess return over cash. So you can see equities have delivered excess return about twice that of bonds. But you talked about over here in this efficient frontier, there's not a linearity. 1 unit of risk does not equal 1 unit of return, and you see that here. You got these 3.4 units of excess return with 4% volatility, whereas with equities, it was 17% to get that 7.5%. So just kind of reinforcing the basic ideas that higher risk does equal higher return, but it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Just one question.
When you define excess return over cash, what are you measuring the cash at?
Oh, U.S. T-bill 3 month.
Just 3-month T-bills?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more granularity. You can't, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, you can't simply take the output of the mean variance optimization. You have to think about what we have to do. And as I mentioned earlier, liquidity is a primary goal of our mandate. Capital preservation, something you guys discussed earlier, it's very important. And then breaking up the return component into income, thinking about the part that's going to come from coupons, dividends, and rent payments, the part that's going to be more stable versus the growth component, which is going to be very volatile. Think about equities up and down all the time, but the dividend payments are pretty consistent. This is really reinforcing the strong need for liquidity in the portfolio. Basically, right now we're taking in $1.6 billion and we're paying out $2.6 billion. That red line represents the negative net cash flow. It's about 4% of plan assets on an annual basis. Said differently, if we don't make 4% return, our plan falls in value. Factor in something like 2008 with a significant drawdown, that 4% becomes 6% or something along those lines. And so it's important to think about how we deal with liquidity and return. This highlights how we balance the fact that illiquid private markets do offer higher returns, but we need to maintain liquidity. So right now, about 30% of our portfolio is in illiquid or semi-illiquid assets. Illiquid would be with the private market assets, private equity, real estate, and private debt. Just to note, they are pretty correlated to their public market counterparts. They're not fundamentally different. The same drivers that affect equities are going to affect private equities, but they do generate higher alpha, and that's why we want them in the portfolio. Low beta hedge funds, you can consider them semi-illiquid. They're going to have slightly lower returns than private market assets on average, but they feature very low, well, let me say, not very low, they feature lower volatilities, and that's why we want them in the portfolio, and that's why they were at the core of that capital stack earlier. Again, it's mainly coming from manager skill, the fact that there are fewer investors, and illiquidity, security selection. These are uncorrelated to sort of the public market counterparts. So we've talked about liquidity in that previous framework. Now we're talking about capital preservation here. This is something you guys, again, mentioned earlier. The first thing you should notice, this is a drawdown chart to show how assets have performed. So the green and blue lines are commodities and equities. You can see even prior to the crisis, they had both had drawdowns of over 30%. Whereas that thin little red line at the top represents 10-year bonds. Sorry, it's a U.S., Barclays U.S. Ag. Has had very de minimis, about 5% as the max drawdown. So it just gives you an idea of the safety you get from bonds. The amount of money that you put in, you can pretty much guarantee over a 2 or 3 year horizon, you're going to get your money back. It could take much longer, and the ride to get there is much more volatile with commodities and equities. Not a new point, but I think it's nice to put some numbers around that just to give you some perspective of the magnitude of the drawdown and the frequency of drawdowns. So that we've gone through 2 frameworks. This is the third. Thinking about, earlier I mentioned sort of classic finance says just do a mean variance optimization, figure out your returns and your correlations and your volatility and get to an optimum portfolio. That doesn't always work because correlations and returns are both unstable over time. But assets do respond to economic conditions in similar ways throughout time. And I think that type of thinking is important as we manage a portfolio. Again, just to reiterate the point that correlations are unstable. So this is a trailing 180 trading days comparing stocks versus bonds in the blue line. They've gone from positive 60% down to negative 60%, back to positive, back to negative. They're all over the place. Now, yeah, you can take an average over this period and say, oh yeah, well, stocks and bonds are negative 30% correlated to each other, but at any given point in time, those can be very different. Same goes for stocks versus commodities, negative 20% up to 60%. Clearly in the other slides, we saw returns were all over the place as well. So it's important to note that over a 10-year horizon, yeah, you might be able to come up with an average Sharpe ratio, or just measuring the excess return relative to the risk, but it's never going to be that over a short time frame. But again, there is a way to think about portfolio construction in a way that does make sense and is more consistent over time. And it's thinking about how growth and inflation affect asset performance. So this top slide is measuring the Sharpe ratio of assets. Again, it's the return of the assets over the volatility. Remember earlier I showed this volatility of bonds was much lower, and so is the return. So Sharpe ratio is just an easy way to compare the performance of different assets over time. You can see that equities and commodities, as you'd expect, both do well when growth is rising. Nominal bonds do well when growth is falling. During the rising inflation period, you can see that commodities are the only asset class out of the 3 that we've just sort of been using throughout this presentation that perform well. Whereas during falling inflation, equities and nominal bonds do well. This is a good transition to the next framework, which is thinking about how to invest through the business cycle. So as I mentioned earlier, we talk about growth and inflation. This blue line right here represents the evolution of GDP growth through a typical business cycle. Economic growth is falling here, it's rising here. The left side is the period of negative growth. This is the period of positive growth. It's important to note that inflation pressure is going to be low on the left side and high as growth increases. You reduce the slack in the economy, inflation pressures are going to increase. And then risk aversion is also higher here and lower here. And so thinking about that, there are going to be predictable types of economic data and market data. So rather than walking through all 4 phases, I just want to stick to the recession. That's the one that we've had the most time to think about how we might have done things differently. So what types of things might we have seen in economic data? We would see policy easing, clearly the Fed's cutting rates. We're going to see credit contraction. We'll see activity falling, growth slowing. Inflation is also falling during this period because there's more excess capacity in the economy, and clearly consumer confidence is going to fall. This translates to very predictable market data. Well, clearly profits are going to fall, credit spreads are going to widen, volatility will increase, correlations across risky assets are going to increase, maybe go to closer to 1. So then we transition here, how would we adjust the portfolio with this market data and this economic data? So I mentioned earlier, the Fed's cutting rates, the yield curve's coming down. You would want to add sovereign exposure to get exposure to that. As spreads are widening, you're going to want to move to higher quality credits, and you would also want to reduce your commodity-focused EM exposure. Longer duration assets, maybe the 10-year comes down a little bit, you want to add some duration exposure to take advantage of those shifts in the fixed income markets. You'd want to reduce your equity exposure. So just highlight these 6 arrows, kind of highlight the big ideas that you'd want to shift from bonds to equities to inflation-sensitive assets. And then it doesn't mean to completely eliminate them from the portfolio. It means to take advantage of the policy tilts that we have advantage of. So I think our limit for equities is, I think it's 31%, and we can go plus or minus 5. So it would be to maybe move up towards 36 and then move down towards 26. And then within the equity positioning, we would also want to add more defensive sectors. So I think this is just a very simple framework to think about, whether it's portfolio construction, asset allocation, and investing through market cycles. And these were just 4 lenses which thought would be helpful as we sort of had the discussion. I think it was really nice to hear all these things come up. I think you guys covered a lot of the same concepts. So with that, I want to hand it over to Jeff to talk about fixed income and in our cash portfolio.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to charge you extra for that seat. First, let's start with cash and short duration. This is obviously the most conservative, least risky part of the portfolio. As we've heard a number of times today, we hold a significant cash position. We do hold that for a reason. That is because we pay out over $1 billion a year in benefits. It's also important to think of this as a liquidity buffer for the rest of the plan, because you don't want to find yourself in a position in a 2008-2009 timeframe where you're having to liquidate the assets that you find to be the most compelling long-term securities at a time that is, to say the least, inopportune. At a high level, what determines your expected return on cash and short duration? And essentially this is, as you see here, it's short rates. It's very policy driven, Fed driven in our case in the US. And right now we are obviously at a very unappealing level of rates from the perspective of how to contribute to earning 7.5% at the plan level. If there are no questions about cash, we'll...
When you talk about cash and short duration, is that the cash in our custody, or are you talking about cash that's in strategic partnerships or other partnerships?
That's cash wherever it exists.
Well, if we don't, and it provides liquidity for benefit payments, if we don't control it and it's not in our account, how do we count that? I mean, we measure it at certain points during the year they report it, specifically, but let's just say Apollo's got $100 million in cash today. Well, if they are going to buy 10 hotels tomorrow, do we know that? I mean, isn't it an unsteady?
Yeah. We better know.
We do know that? I mean, or do we? I mean, they tell us about these things, but.
Well, Herschel sits on all the investment committees, so I'll start there, but Herschel, go.
The way we think of that is, one, understanding the actual commitments that are already within the partnerships and deducting what would be an encumbered commitment. Well, it may be in cash, but you've committed, say, $100 million to a fund. It's sitting in cash today, and there's going to be a call down schedule to get that $100 million invested over time. So the fact is, you do see when that cash is coming down because of the capital call notices, so you can manage and understand where your actual cash position will be within a partnership itself, and then how that would roll back into the total plan cash number as well.
Okay. Well,
So that they would actually indicate to us, we're calling X dollars of capital, just as if we were invested in the private equity fund outside the partnership.
I've been trying to get the level of commitments for about 7 months and can't get them. That's one thing. But two, the cash is considered cash in most accounting practice as something you control, something that's in your account, it's a demand account, you can get it any time. But we, as I understand the way the partnerships, we can't just say, well, Goldman's, we want that cash today. And we have to, it's subject to them allowing us to have it. And I don't want to make a big point of this, but it is more problematic than I think it appears here. And I think the commission at some point should discuss it. And I don't see anything else, I'm going to drag it out.
Jeff, is liquidity the main driver though of our cash percentage? Is it much more important than the other things you're referring to?
Yes, and we will have liquidity fluctuate. For instance, every month we pay out of the trust, so I'm talking the net number that Justin referred to as $1 billion a year. Every month we pay very nearly $100 million. That's a liquidity event for us. So, we have to have that. And we don't want to just plan for this month's liquidity. We need to have a runway so that we don't find ourselves having to, go somewhere to source liquidity in the event that it...
Because everything that we've invested is being reinvested in control. Is that because all the fund structures we're invested in automatically reinvest rather than flow throughout dividends and stuff? For example, the index fund that we put how many billions in? $2 billion. So figure at 2% rate, right? That's going to generate whatever the math.
Million.
Huh?
40 million.
40 million. But presumably that 40 million, we have to put in a redemption request rather than having that sweep to us, I'm assuming, right?
I think I can help create some clarity here. Our asset classes don't move up at the same rate, up and down at the same rate. So naturally, there are opportunities to rebalance, right? And those rebalancing opportunities are an opportunity to fill our liquidity bucket as well. So it's not just the income generated from securities, but the actual managing of the plan that is a net liquidity generator. So if that's helpful in terms of articulating how that's thought of.
Yeah, but to Alan's point, I'm unaware, I can't recall a situation where we've asked a manager to redirect dividends or income back. So they are taking that cash and reinvesting it. So for instance, within BlackRock's situation where they get dividend flows back into that fund, they'll use that as their ability to rebalance and stay at the index weight. Within a GSO framework or somewhere else where we're in a mezzanine fund, they're going to take the income coming in and reinvest it in other deals at this point. Now, within the partnerships, we do have a lot of flexibility, so we could ask them to remap, whether it's dividend income or income from fixed income to the plan itself. So we do have that flexibility. We haven't asked them to do it yet.
Yeah. I mean, it just strikes me every time. 5%, which on this plan's a lot of money, right? And even at 2% yields, over time, that adds up into a lot of big dollars, right?
And the partnership was successful at maximizing their cash, so I didn't have a complaint about that part of it. And I think, if I remember right, small, mid caps, all the things that we keep in bank, those are swept every night and repoed, if I remember right, in our account. So we have control of a lot of it. It bothered me, and I had this conversation with Travis and them about if there was a significant downturn in the economy, and all of a sudden we have like everybody did years ago, and they say, well, we'll give you the cash, but not right now. Because if we give you cash, we've got to go sell something at a premium. Something that is a premium at a discounted price, and that bothers me. I think you're appropriate in managing the cash and counting with the cash the way you do, but I don't think you'd ever could accept that 100% of that cash can be ours just for the asking. Most of the partnerships say at least they get 30 days to tell us whether they want to give it back to us or not.
I would say, I'd have to go back and look at everyone, but that's the liquidity window at the partnership level tends to be on a monthly basis. The underlying investment of the cash itself, it's a cash instrument, so it's very liquid. So from the actual instrument itself, there's a lot of liquidity, capital preservation. If we were in a position where we needed cash faster, then we would have to have that conversation with the partners to advance cash sooner than that 30-day window or that month-end window. And the reason they like to do the month-end window is because their valuations are typically struck on a month-end. So having that cash there, or not having the flows, makes that an easier process. The thing about it being in cash as opposed to securities is from a valuation perspective on an inter-month basis, it's much easier because it's cash. So you know exactly what it is. And then they have to actually do a valuation of the other assets. So when they strike an NAV of what it's going out, because they have a percentage ownership, we have a percentage ownership. And so that would adjust when we're taking out our cash as well. So that's the rationale behind having that monthly or month-end NAV component to it. So you're correct from a structural perspective. What could we pull the liquidity? I think that's a conversation, as opposed to if it's in a sweep account, well, you can just pull it right back. So there's that structural issue, but the underlying exposure itself would be cash assets. So, the cash drag component of it, if you will, is still there.
I mean, I asked the question because I think it's what Dallas, one of them has a credit line, right? When managed a mutual funds have credit lines, right? Because you're trying to keep that cash drag really, really small, right? And I mean, mutual fund's a pretty regulated vehicle with a public trust. I mean, it's a public trust fund, right? But most mutual funds have a credit facility, right? So that they, over time, when you run $1 billion out, even at small numbers, you run that out 20 years, that's a lot of money, right? I mean, that's a lot of drag.
Some places.
Yeah, one of them, I don't know who.
I think they were like, I probably shouldn't say, but my understanding is that they were using leverage at the plan level.
Right.
Well, CalPERS, I believe, offers a potential solution to that effect from their securities lending program. So as a, quite frankly, very cheap source of funds on a short-term basis. So are there any other questions? Did not expect questions on cash. I thought that would be the gimme. Let's move on to conservative fixed income. Cash combined with core fixed income and global fixed income comprise a 15% sort of cluster of accounts that they're considered conservative fixed income. But here I'm just going to use that term to refer to both core fixed income, which is domestic investment grade fixed income securities, as well as global fixed income, which is the same types of securities but not restricted to the US, and it winds up being largely developed market based. Both of these asset classes have fairly low correlation to equities across time, which we think of course, as the predominant risk to our portfolio. It is, however, very important for us to consider what happens to this correlation when we enter a period of stress to the equity markets, being that principal risk. I'm going to spend a few moments on this, and I'm going to relate it back to our plan for these asset classes. So historically, during periods of time when there's significant equity stress, so read equity markets are down considerably, a lot of markets suffer, not just equities. Credit suffers, high yield suffers, emerging markets debt suffers, it's bank loans. A lot of different asset classes experience very difficult times. There aren't, quite frankly, a lot of things that perform well during these times. Conservative fixed income, on the other hand, has tended to perform well in exactly this environment. And as such, it's very useful to us. It's important to understand this because it helps us think about why does it make sense for us to allocate this much of our portfolio to securities that, quite frankly, barely earn 2%. It's because of the diversification benefit that these portfolios provide us, that we are not going to be forced in a period of such stress to sell securities that are compelling to be increasing our exposure to. So having this asset class not only prevents us from having to sell something that is not compelling, but potentially gives us a budget with which to go take additional risk at a time when the opportunities are meaningful and attractive. I'll come back to this in just a few moments again. I mentioned that the expected return on these asset classes is barely 2%, which it should, if you don't already know it, should be quite alarming. This is extremely low, but it's low for a reason. So let's put this rate environment in a little bit of context here. To keep it simple, I'm just going to talk about the 2-year bond, although what I'm going to describe applies to instruments shorter in duration, and also significantly longer in duration. Due to the 2008-2009 financial market meltdown and the ensuing central bank policy, to invest in a 2-year bond today earns you 43 basis points prospectively. That is very difficult to find compelling. Over the past 40 years, which happens to coincide with the limit of my data, the yield on the 2-year bond has averaged 5.85%. So 5.85%, 0.43%. This is our challenge. It's not just the 2-year, almost identical relationship exists whether you're thinking about Fed funds, the very short end, all the way out to the 30-year. Across the board, we earn 5% less, and I'm not talking about taking credit risk, I'm just talking about the rate risk. So we earn 5% less on government bonds across the spectrum than the average over the last 40 years. So here we see the implementation, and as you can see, I've elected to keep it simple. Here we see the implementation of the asset class. On the left, we see today's implementation in which we have core fixed income managers and global fixed income managers with separate mandates. It's important to note here that I'm just going to call it GFI because it's very unnatural for me to call it anything else. The GFI managers that we currently use have mandates that span well beyond this concept of global fixed income as a developed market arena. They invest in emerging markets debt, high yield bonds, bank loans across the spectrum, as well as in the US market, which is a part of the global markets, obviously. And also they do invest in the high quality end of the spectrum globally as well. So I want to return to the concept from a few moments ago regarding the important diversifying role of these asset classes. It's important that they behave the way we expect them to. In the event that we have a situation where liquidity is required or desired, but also just for the simple diversifying benefit that they bring. If we're going to invest here, we need to have a reliable portfolio that behaves as we expect. Currently, in the proposed implementation, we intend to limit this flexibility in order to ensure that these assets are first and foremost liquid when we have the greatest need, but also diversifying to the portfolio. Investing for yield is just not a compelling opportunity today. So what does it all mean for these asset classes? First, we're going to make sure that we structure the core fixed income contracts that we had approved 2 meetings ago to focus on the exposures we need and to limit their ability to own securities that don't fit the appropriate profile. PIMCO is a firm in which we have a great deal of confidence. As a result, their mandate will occupy this profile where they will have a greater degree of flexibility. But we're currently planning to structure the guidelines with a recognition of this and to limit any unintended exposures. We're going to reevaluate our current global fixed income managers against this backdrop as well. Ultimately, we do not feel we need 3 managers. We will consider a more focused approach and weigh the pros and cons of what we think of as specialist strategies, sovereign only, credit only, will weigh the pros and cons of a more targeted approach in these asset classes as well. So, recognition that I've overstayed my welcome, I'm happy to take any questions anyone may have.
Do you have an average duration on these?
For, let's see here, for core fixed income, I believe, I can pull this very exactly, but I can give you very clearly the relationship between them. This is, call it 6 years duration. This is 7 years duration. So there's more duration risk in global, and yet you earn about 50 basis points less from the part of the global fixed income spectrum that is not the U.S. ag. So if you think of the global ag is U.S. ag plus the rest of the world, U.S. is yielding considerably greater right now with less duration.
Some of the context as well, I was thinking about the shift of asset allocation over the past several years of taking the fixed income allocation down from where it is down to 10%. And then there's the larger credit allocation. So those are fixed income assets as well. What we're trying to do here is, because this has been carved out as, and I'll put in quotes, a safe portfolio, if you will. So we were looking to create a lot more purity of more of the government bond feel exposure, as opposed to having something that's got government bonds plus a lot of credit. So we're just forcing these mandates to strip out the non-benchmark oriented components of what they have, so we can have more purity of an implementation that fits in the larger asset allocation.
Herschel and I have spent a great deal of time looking at the performance of different fixed income benchmarks during periods of not just equity stress, which is kind of the central thesis here, but also during the other periods of time, just to validate that we do have the right benchmarks targeting the right kinds of exposures. And I don't want to speak for Herschel, but I can speak for me. I believe we have that. Also with Brady. Sorry, Brady. So, are there any additional questions? No? Okay. Ashley.
Hi. So I'm going to talk about mixed credit and EMD, which Steve Marino and I have been working on together. And he couldn't be here today, but I just wanted to note that we've gotten to this point together and we intend to go through toward implementation. Give him credit since he's not here. So I'm going to talk about mixed credit and EMD, which mixed credit includes high yield bank loans, MBS structured credit, and then separately I'll discuss emerging market debt, which is a blend between US dollar and local currency EMD. Each has a 6% allocation at the total plan level for a total of 12%. And as Jeff noted, mixed credit and EMD, in his conservative fixed income plan, he noted that they have a higher correlation to equity. So why would we invest in these assets, as he noted, since equity risk is one of the highest risks of our plan? We invest in mixed credit and EMD as a way to earn a return over that of conservative fixed income. Based on HEK's first quarter capital market expectations, over the 10-year horizon, mixed credit is expected to earn 60 basis points over conservative fixed income. And using these same expectations, EMD is expected to outperform core fixed income by 250 basis points. So of course the trade-off is that they generally have a higher volatility, less liquidity, and the higher correlation to equity than you would find in the conservative fixed income portfolio. So there is a lot going on this chart. So I wanted to focus first on the top half of the diagram, that's mixed credit. The bottom of the diagram is EMD, which we'll come back to in just a moment. Mixed credit is currently implemented through a combination of long-only managers, direct hedge fund investments, and investments and the strategic partnerships. So on the left, you can see how it's broken out. High yield bonds, 40%, loans, 25%, structured credit, 12%, and opportunistic credit, 23%. On the right, you can see what we are proposing. We think this is a more balanced approach. It will help us rationalize the number of external managers we have while providing the latitude to tactically allocate through market cycles and invest as market conditions allow. And so we plan to do this through a combination of the specialist managers, which Jeff referenced. They add value through bottom-up selection within their respective sectors. We tend to do this through multi-sector managers that can invest across the credit universe and add value through bottom-up selection in each section and in each sector, and through tactical rotation into and out of sectors based on market conditions. We also have opportunistic managers. These are managers that can invest across the credit universe using various strategies, and primarily these are our credit hedge funds. So we should note that this is an area where we are allowed to use hedge funds. This is an area where we intend to use hedge funds going forward. So the navy blue, red, yellow boxes indicate the specialist managers. This will give us the minimum exposure to high yield loans and structured credit that is required by the SIOP. That is 3%. An important takeaway here is that we're trying to achieve a more balanced allocation among high yield bank loans and structured credit, which will put us more in line with the benchmark. We also intend to have 1 to 2 multi-sector managers, which will have the discretion to tactically allocate across credit sectors based on the current credit cycle and opportunity set. These will be long-only managers, completely long-only managers. And then all the way to the right, how we have the opportunistic managers, which were the hedge funds. So before I get into EMD, I can stop for questions on mixed credit, if there are any. So if there are none, I will go to EMD, the bottom part of the chart. So currently EMD is implemented through a combination of active and passive in US dollar denominated and local currency investments. The current implementation is about 50-50 active passive and 65-35 US dollar to local currency. The SIOP requires a minimum of 3% allocation to EMD, and we propose, as you can see here, that we reach this minimum through a passive implementation, half US dollar and half local currency. That will get us to the 3% that the SIOP requires. This is, and those are the light blue boxes there. That will be a reduced cost implementation that, as opposed to active management. We would complement the passive implementation with 1 to 2 active managers in a blended currency strategy. That's the bright blue box, which actually looks very similar to the light blue box when you look at the screen, but you can see it here with the green dot. These managers will add value through credit, country, and currency selection. We've also left some space here in the lime green for opportunistic managers that'll be less constrained and have a broader opportunity set to take advantage of market conditions. So there is a lot of work to be done in mixed credit and EMD. We currently don't have a dedicated structured credit or multi-sector managers. So we're planning to bring 1 to 2 managers in each of these asset classes to the September meeting. We're planning to bring our recommendations for EMD to the November Commission meeting, and if we have any recommendations for high yield and loans, we will do that either in November or in the first part of 2015. Any questions? So each is 6. So, but we have ranges within that, and so the minimum requirement is 3, but the target allocation is 6. For both mixed credit and EMD, for a total of 12%.
This one probably brings it up more than any other, back to your question of strategic versus passive, right? Like just something, even just the EMD, you've split it 3 and 3, hedge versus non-hedge. I mean, is the intention that it's a more rebalancing activity and that's just strategic positioning? Is that something that ultimately y'all are intending to be more tactical? I mean, that's kind of where your question earlier really hits the road, but.
Right, so in the EMD space, if you look across various market cycles, I think our first intuitive instinct component to it is to think active, inefficient asset class. If we take a look at how those active managers do throughout time, it can be very volatile with their ability to outperform that index. Sometimes they do tremendously well, and other times, you're just better off being passive. So that's why we're going with a split, if you will, plus being in that passive split that gives us an easier way to rebalance to or from the asset class. So that's the rationale behind that. And then if we wanted to make a call of hedge versus unhedged or dollar versus local, we can do that in the passive bucket as well. I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
Well, I mean, I take it then that that's more strategic positioning that you're tracking and really looking to make that decision, right? Is that fair?
It is, and currently right now, our passive positions have been outperforming our active managers. And so that's another part of it as well. Plus from the cost of implementation, it's an area that we've done a lot of work of synthetics or physicals, and actually using Russell to have a physical basket of EMD was 12, I think we spoke about this last time, 13 basis points versus I think it was 80 or 90 to do the synthetic. So that's another way we've taken a look at it as well.
So I will turn it now over to Adam, who's going to talk about private debt.
Thank you, Ashley. To continue on the credit theme, we'll walk through the 5-year plan for the private debt portfolio. The private debt portfolio, as Ashley said, shares many of the underlying characteristics of the liquid mixed credit portfolio, but in a structure similar to private equity. And the reason we have this in the portfolio is that it offers the potential for higher returns and reduced risk through this unique deal flow, and also hopefully the capture of the illiquidity premium that comes along with private investment. So for us, we view private debt through the lens of 4 primary categories: direct lending, mezzanine, distressed, and opportunistic. And opportunistic is a multi-strategy approach where the manager has latitude within certain constraints that we set up front for them to invest in where they see the best market opportunities. So historically, private debt has been a source of outperformance for the Commission. And so one of our primary goals is to continue with that outperformance versus the benchmark. We've exceeded the benchmark for 1, 3, and 5-year private debt. Primary goal is to continue with that. Second major goal is to increase our weighting in the portfolio. Currently, we're at 5.8%. Our plan is to move that toward the target of 7%. To do that, we need to do 3 things. First, reinvigorate the private debt manager pipeline. So we plan to do that over the next several months. I'm going to show you a pacing slide subsequent to this that will walk through some more details on that. We'll also focus on larger commitments to our highest conviction managers. We think we've learned a lot about private debt managers over the past 5 or 6 years we've had this program in place. And we will emphasize our tactical views through co-investments in our opportunistic accounts, not necessarily through fund selection. So walk back through history. These are our private debt commitments since inception. You can immediately see the lumpiness of the private debt commitments for RSIC. And you can really capture the tactical move in 08, 09 to take advantage of the dislocation in the credit markets coming out of the great financial crisis. So you saw a lot put to work in private mortgages during this period. And you can see subsequent to that. Also, I want to point out, this is also when we were building out our private market program, so just naturally we're going to have a lot more commitments. But over the last several years, we've seen a lesser number of commitments, both in terms of number and amount, to the private debt program, and that's why we find ourselves slightly underweight today. I do want to point out, Justin was talking about stages of the economic cycle earlier. That was obviously a tactical move where we saw a great dislocation in the markets and we could take advantage of it. And the returns from that have been very attractive. So in terms of a 5-year implementation plan, we look at it both in terms of structure and strategy. And so we're not contemplating radical changes to how we approach this structurally. We'll continue to access the private debt markets primarily through funds, and these are through commingled funds that come before the Commission. And we'll marginally increase our allocation to our more opportunistic accounts and some co-investment strategies. We have not done a lot of co-investments in private debt. The ones we have done have worked out very well. The opportunistic account that we have has worked out exceptionally well. So small sample size, short track record, but to this point, it's been one that's worked out for us. From a strategy perspective, if I point you to the key theme here is balance. So if you look at the left pie chart now, you'll see we have about 10% in direct lending, 29% in distressed, and then a pretty large allocation to mortgages.
those are all running off, those are all in harvest mode, and what you see with the 5-year plan, our target exposure looks more like 30% opportunistic and 70% balance between those other 3 primary strategies. And to get there, you'll see us bringing more fund commitments on the direct lending side. So you'll see a marginal increase in commitments for direct lending, a marginal decrease in commitments for distressed. Mezzanine has been consistent across fiscal years for us, so we will continue with that consistent pace. And we don't see an opportunity set in mortgages right now. Obviously, the world can change over the next several years, and we would react tactically to that. But right now, this is where we see the plan going, and the key point here is balance. So in conjunction with HEK, we developed a pacing model that brings us back to this 7% target allocation. And you see the numbers here. It's $550 to $600 million per year in private debt commitments over the next 5 years. This is an imprecise science, as everyone knows, so reality will look a lot lumpier than this, but this is the plan that we have before us. And again, the target here, or the target goals for us, are to continue to exceed that benchmark by selecting our best performing managers, ones we have the highest conviction in, and making larger allocations to those managers. So what you'll see is in this $400 million a year range for fund commitments, those will be potentially larger check sizes than we've written historically, maybe 3 to 4 funds that make those up. That's the end of the private debt presentation. If anybody has any questions, I'm glad to take them.
Do you view private debt as riskier than the other credit categories?
I think the risk of the underlying assets is very similar to what you have in the liquid mixed credit bucket. So to that extent, I think it's very similar. I think where some of, particularly in direct lending, what you'll hear from some of the managers is when you have the opportunity to originate the security, when you have the opportunity to underwrite the credit yourself as opposed to taking what the market is giving you, then you have the opportunity to reduce risk there.
Yeah, so said, put a little bit more meat on that. If you think about what you're buying in the high yield market, someone else has originated that. You did not have the ability to go in and establish covenants. When you're doing the direct origination, you can establish those covenants. So I think that's one way to help mitigate that risk. It's in that way. Plus, you're going to get paid more because there will be the origination fees up front that you're getting. High yield, those origination fees will go to the investment bank. So I think there's a way for you to actually get paid more and reduce your risk from the ability to actually put in the covenants itself. But, the credit risk of, being a B or so, you're wearing the same credit risk.
Yeah.
Where does the goal of capital fit into this?
I'm sorry, I didn't
What
understand.
is a Golub? About a year or so ago, I think we made an investment with Golub.
Golub, yes. Okay, direct lending
Yeah,
strategy
where do
here.
they fit in?
They're in this direct lending strategy here.
Yeah.
Top part, yeah.
It seemed to me that was a particularly good and efficient strategy.
And HEK agrees with you, and we do as well, so that's why you see our allocation going from its current level of 10% to 23%, or approximately balanced with the other strategies in private debt.
In essence, all the mortgage lending is going there.
Yes.
Are you seeing greater leverage the further we get away from 2008 to make because you have a lot of people, you have a big pipeline out there.
You do. Yeah, so leverage on the companies themselves or with the funds? Not necessarily with the funds, but with the companies, certainly. There's some horrifying statistics if you're one that follows the liquid mixed credit markets about 61% of CCC debt is now trading at or above its call price. So when you see some of these statistics about what the market is taking these days, it does push you more toward being in the direct origination space where you understand the credits very well and in some instances have some control over the entity.
Thanks, Adam.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Moore. I'm going to be speaking here today about our low beta hedge fund portfolio. The low beta hedge fund portfolio serves the role of generating attractive risk-adjusted returns in a very uncorrelated manner to the rest of the total plan. Low beta hedge funds represent approximately 8% of the total plan assets and have a policy benchmark of the HFRI Fund Weighted Composite Index. The benchmark itself is a net of fees benchmark that is equal weighted with approximately 2,200 constituent underlying funds with at least 50 million of assets under management and at least 12 months of trading history. So there's a very established funds within this universe. As we're all aware, hedge funds can be quite costly from a fee perspective. By minimizing the beta to both equity and credit within these strategies, we're able to isolate the true skill of the manager in generating alpha and compensating that manager for the alpha that they do generate. As you may recall from last year's asset allocation plan, low beta hedge funds are strategies that meet the definition of a hedge fund and also have the characteristic of having either less than a 0.4 beta to the MSCI World if it's an equity strategy, or a 0.4 beta to the Barclays Ag if it's a credit strategy. As I continue through the presentation, I'll point out the stats of the aggregate portfolios versus this beta methodology. The low beta portfolio can be dissected into two larger allocations. The first one I'll talk about is going to be our more traditional hedge fund strategies, whereas the second one on the next slide I'll talk about will be our more illiquid seed strategies. The strategies in the first bucket are traditionally more liquid hedge fund strategies. There are 3 core holdings we have there in the portfolio, and each serves a unique role in the portfolio diversifying. The aggregate blend of the 3 strategies works out to an approximate equal weight to macro, equity market neutral, fixed income arbitrage, and quantitative strategies. The combination of these managers and their underlying strategies creates a portfolio that has a 0.1 beta to both the MSCI World and the Barclays Ag, and has a 0.5 beta to the policy benchmark. Turning over to the second of the 2 buckets, which represents the more illiquid holdings of the low beta hedge fund portfolio, we have two parts. You have the liquidations and you have the hedge fund seed strategies. The slice called liquidations refers to situations where we've submitted a full redemption and are waiting for the proceeds to be distributed back to us. The seed program is comprised of 4 individual investments focused on funding startup hedge fund managers. To be compensated for taking this startup risk, since not every fund will be successful, the managers will structure profit or revenue sharing interests that will benefit as the underlying funds grow assets under management. The returns from this type of strategy are generated in 2 ways. In the first few years, the majority of the returns will be generated from the actual investment in the underlying hedge fund strategy, whereas in the latter years, that underlying investment will be redeemed, but the revenue and profit sharing interest will provide for incremental returns. As illustrated in the chart behind me, this also meets the beta methodology recommended by HEK. Oops. Talking about the implementation plan, the portfolio over the next 3 to 5 years will gradually become more liquid. As the liquidation proceeds roll in, they will be used to meet capital calls from the seed managers. Also within this time frame, those hedge fund seed managers will be distributing capital back to us in the form of distributions. This gives us 2 options. Either we can reinvest with the top few seed managers that might exist within those portfolios, or we could reallocate to the more traditional hedge fund buckets that we talked about previously. Well, staff will be disciplined in how we approach this decision, and we'll obviously make sure that exposures will be complementary to the portfolio. Staff does expect in year 5 that some residual seed program exposure will remain, as there likely will be value ascribed to those remaining revenue interests. At this time, I'll pause to take any questions and happy to take, thank you guys for taking the time this afternoon.
Is there a percentage of those low beta hedge funds that are fund of funds, or are they all more strictly?
So over the past year, we've taken when we did the rebalance last July for the asset allocation, I believe we had approximately 12% allocated to low beta hedge funds when we reallocated those. We've gotten that target down to 8, and most of that has come from redeeming from our fund-to-fund relationships, and we're also right now in the process of restructuring, repurposing some of those strategic partnerships. I think Jeff and Herschel will be able to elaborate that in the next area.
So, add a little bit to that. The hedge fund seeding strategies are by their very nature going to be a fund-to-funds type structure. So we have the Goldman Sachs relationship, Blackstone, Reservoir, and Grosvenor. So those right there. And then that top that says liquidation, one of those strategies is the secondary hedge fund strategy that we implemented with Morgan Stanley. There's probably about half of that bucket, and then the other half would be some of the hedge funds that were within Morgan Stanley that we're just liquidating and converting that all to cash and repatriating it back out of the partnership and back home, if you will. Within Lighthouse, there was the 3 smaller allocations to the fund-to-funds. We've redeemed 2, and there's Asia left.
So we have 3 currently. We're in the process that we'll be recommending a new portfolio mix within Lighthouse that will effectively remove those.
Yeah, so if we can jump a page back yeah, right there, okay. So within Lighthouse, that's being restructured where there'll be approximately 8 strategies that have very low correlations to D.E. Shaw and Bridgewater. So you get a more optimal portfolio of those 10 hedge funds, if you will. So the fund-to-funds will be stripped out of there. I'm just trying to think, there should not be any other fund-to-funds, hedge fund-to-funds there.
No. And I think what's helpful to understand what we're trying to accomplish here is that I think when we look at individual investments historically, what works in the Lighthouse, if we would construct something that would work well within the Lighthouse bucket, but now we're taking it and actually looking at it in relation to D.E. Shaw and Bridgewater, and really trying to optimize that entire portfolio to make sure we fully are getting what we expect instead of having perhaps crossover or additional exposure that we might not want. So it's been very purposeful in how we've constructed that part of the portfolio.
Is our ultimate objective to get rid of, or to eliminate all of fund-to-funds? Or is that still something that, because I'm thinking of obviously the double, the layer of fees.
Right, so the commission several years ago elected to move away from hedge fund-to-fund structures. And so we have a very small portion of hedge funds right now would be in hedge fund-to-fund structures. So the Grosvenor was a large fund-to-fund. That's been completely redeemed. Most of the Morgan Stanley has been completely redeemed. Entrust, completely redeemed. And those strategies have been converted to best idea strategies. Trying to think.
Within those same partnerships? Within those same partnerships?
Within the partnerships. So, just trying to think who else. I think that's it.
That's it. And also working with HEK to really look at, are there other managers that we could look at within this allocation that would be complementary to the entire basket? So really looking for something that's going to be an all-weather type of portfolio versus something that is equity or credit centric.
So something like interest, is it in the liquidations or did it move to a different category?
That would not be included here. That's been fully redeemed.
So we're fully redeemed down there, diversified fund. And so
But their best ideas fund, because that's not on the list here, did it move to the equity bucket or is it still?
These would cover next. This is the
Okay, all right.
The GAA multi-asset.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I'm going to, as long-winded as I was before, I'm going to be the opposite now. Global asset allocation is a 10% target in our portfolio. It has historically comprised 2 main types of strategies. GTAA, which stands for Global Tactical Asset Allocation. This is a portfolio where a manager invests across an array of markets and the views on those markets drive the portfolio positioning. So when equities are theoretically cheap, that manager would seek to own more equities. Let's contrast that with risk parity, where as opposed to a view on the forecasted returns, it would be a view on the prospective volatility of asset classes that would drive the portfolio positioning. I'm going to just skip the rest of that for the time being. This is our current portfolio positioning. Risk parity is about a third. GTIA is about a third. And right now we have about a third of the portfolio that is passive. So this is caught up in the Russell overlay. Synthetically, we have global equities and global rates. The proposed implementation, we'll skip right down to it. This opportunistic bucket is what Herschel was just referring to. These are best idea type investments. Take Entrust as an example. Not all of the ideas coming out of Entrust need to be hedge funds. They can be long biased or long only. And as such, they would fit very neatly in this portfolio. So you think about that, and I'm just going to skip to the plan here. The plan is to migrate what is right now passive with no attempt to earn excess return into these ideas, which represent a different thematic way to approach the asset class. It will be global in nature. However, as opposed to being you're buying an existing portfolio, these will be idiosyncratic individual opportunities that will over time grow to have a portfolio of their own.
Sorry, I need to interrupt on that point. As we were talking about hedge funded funds, I want to be clear that technically the opportunistic are not hedge funded funds, but Entrust is earning a fee in addition to an underlying manager fee. The combined fee relationship is less than what a direct allocation to a manager would be. But I do want to clarify that statement, so because under the context is, are you paying an additional fee to that manager? So I did want to clarify that.
So the thought process here is we will be selectively pursuing these opportunistic investments in this area of the portfolio and reducing the existing passive exposure. Right now, Herschel indicated we're looking at Entrust. We would consider additional firms in this context as well. What drives this? Quite frankly, it's a relatively anemic outlook for returns from taking traditional forms of risk. You know, our job is to prudently expose this portfolio to risk in service of earning a return. So this is a new, different way for us to do that should offer us a different form of excess returns.
Well, Jeff, what
Yes, sir.
sort of investments would those typically be?
What
sort of investments typically would they be?
Herschel, do you want to address this? Equity, fixed income?
Sure, they could be multi-assets, so they could be a sovereign debt trade, there could be an
all
activist trade.
So across the board?
So as an example, Greg Thomas, we work with all of his managers, the Entrust allocates to hedge funds, so hedge fund platform. But what he's doing is he's working with his managers to access their best trade ideas and flow those into the strategy. So these single trade ideas coming in as opposed to an allocation to funds.
So to continue that example, if the compelling opportunity happens to be in, take the Australian fixed income market, we would offset that. If you think about this transition, we would take our Australian fixed income futures away here when we added that new exposure over here. So the goal would be to continue to create that balanced exposure. So additionally, we're always contemplating whether or not the managers we have today are the best managers, and even though they may have been the best over the last 5 years, will they prospectively continue to offer a similar experience to us? So we will. I'm sorry?
Do you expect that the Russell participation will be significantly less in a year or two?
Yes, absolutely.
They didn't do it to us.
So we'll continue to consider new forms of risk parity, additional, or quite frankly, managers that could replace existing managers in this space. So we always do that, and we will continue to do that. So are there any additional questions?
Will Russell be one of the managers that you'll have that best ideas from, or are they just?
That's not their business. So there will be a net reduction in our exposures that we gain through Russell.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. So, Eric?
Okay. I'm going to do, this is the real assets section. I'm going to do the real estate, and then Justin's going to come back up and talk about commodities. So just in general, real estate, when it's in the total portfolio, basically it earns its returns from both current income, and capital appreciation. It does offer some partial protection from inflation. Basically, when you invest in real estate, you're investing from core through value add through opportunistic real estate. Three very broad categories. I'm going to talk about that just a little bit more on the next slide. Real estate is semi-liquid at the core level, liquid to semi-liquid. The closed-end funds, which are basically the non-core real estate, is generally illiquid. So this is our current exposure. And as you can see, basically opportunistic and value-add real estate are considered non-core real estate. So when I talk about non-core, I mean both of those together. As you can see, our current portfolio is very heavy non-core. It's light on the core, stabilized income, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we have no exposure to public real estate. We do have some in the main portfolio in the equities, but not in the real estate portfolio. So just to kind of provide an example, because I think this kind of lays the foundation for the rest of the presentation. Basically, let's use the building we have in Columbia. So that building's about, it's over 80% occupied. It's got good quality tenants. Most of its return, it's got long-term leases, and most of the return is going to come from current income and less so from capital appreciation. Now, take that same building, and let's say it's 50% occupied. Let's say that the lobby needs some renovation work. Let's say that market rents, or the rents in the building are, lower than market. A value investor would come in, he'd basically fix the lobby, he'd lease it up, get it up to market rents, and then he'd sell it to the core market. Now take that same building and basically say it's empty, or that it's a piece of land, you develop the building. That's going to be in the opportunistic slice of the pie there. Opportunistic value add, we have a lot of it. It's a good time to do it, but you don't necessarily want to have it all the way through all the cycles, because again, you don't want to go into a recession with a half-empty building. So that's kind of the thought there. Okay, so on the left is where we're at now. On the right is where we'd like to be, a more balanced portfolio, basically 50% core and then the other 50 non-core. So that's kind of the thing. It's going to take us about 5 years to get there. This slide here basically kind of looks at 3 points on the risk-return curve. At the lower end is going to be an income-focused allocation, mostly core, as you can see. Then you go to the other side, the high side of the curve. And this is kind of where we're at now, which is the appreciation-focused allocation, is heavy non-core. Where we're working towards is basically a balanced portfolio, which is the 50% core, 50% non-core. You see you lose a little bit of net return, going from 8.5 to 7.8, but you gain on the percentage of the return that's coming from current income, and you also reduce the risk of the portfolio. So core is primarily what this presentation is talking about, because that's really what we need to get in the portfolio over the next 5 years. There's really 4 ways to do it. Open-ended commingled funds, you can do it through REITs, you can do it through separate accounts, and you can do it through direct investing. I'm going to kind of focus on the top 3 because direct investing, you really do need a large staff to do that, because you're actually not using a manager, you're directly investing in real estate. I'm not going to go through everything here in the table below, but basically the main takeaways here are that all 4 of those are more liquid than your closed-end value and opportunistic funds. And then separate accounts and direct investing will give you more control than the other 2. So that's kind of the main takeaways from there. This is just historical returns, kind of a rolling gross returns over different time periods. Open-ended funds, value funds, opportunistic funds, and then REITs. Now, the main takeaways here is on the left side of each time interval, the medium blue, you can see that's core. You can see it's fairly stable over time, and it's very consistent. And that's why one of the reasons we want to add it to the portfolio. On the right side, the two on the right side for each time interval are basically opportunistic and then REITs on the far right. And you can see across time, those have done very well. But again, you don't want to necessarily be holding a large exposure to value and opportunistic as you move through the cycle. This is basically taking the top three, so I kind of dropped the direct investing. And you basically got the pros and cons. What we're looking to do is to take the pros, the positives of each one of those into the portfolio, so we'll be investing them all across all three of those, but trying to diversify the risk that we get from the negatives or the downside that you'll get from each one of those. And each one of them kind of has its own positives and its own negatives. And that's kind of the way we're structuring it. And here's the final thing is basically the top table is our allocation going forward over the next 5 years. You can kind of see how we grouped it. Open-ended core funds, so separate accounts, REITs, and then the value and optimistic funds. The bottom chart basically shows kind of where we're at. And you can see it's, you know, high non-core, the bottom two, and then where we want to be basically in 5 years, which is more of a balanced portfolio, core, non-core. Really, the next steps are in September, we're going to bring a couple separate accounts. And then the rest of this year, and probably early part of next year, we're going to bring probably one core open fund and possibly a REIT manager. And then we'll bring in the value and optimistic funds kind of throughout. Any questions? Nope, okay.
I'll just make a couple comments. As Eric mentioned a couple slides ago, removing that direct investment component. I'd say the closest thing that we actually have to that would actually be the building, the Capital Center in Columbia. But keep in mind that itself is actually an investment along with operating partners, as opposed to us doing that completely ourselves and being the operator. Because as Eric mentioned, that in itself requires a fairly large dedicated staff to just that specific asset class. But with respect to the separate accounts, and this goes back to the earlier conversation today, you can become a partner with good operators, if you will, to execute investment strategies. Then you need to recognize, you know, the pros and the cons of that, and recognize that that's going to be a strategy that will take time to get implemented, get diversified. But that's exactly why when you're implementing those strategies, you're investing along in other diversified funds, so you maintain diversification at the portfolio level as well.
Next up is adjustment of commodities.
So, the commodities portfolio seeks to gain most of its returns from the roll yield of the futures and also the spot price of increases of the individual commodities. And it's an important distinction to note that futures investments, performance of the futures investments is very different than a spot return. It's also important to note that this is, as we noted earlier in the presentation, this is a very volatile asset class. It's, you know, had drawdowns of 50% during the crisis, and over the last 25 years has had drawdowns as much as 30 and 20%. But it does offer some potential diversification benefits. And that comes from the unique structure of how commodities are situated. You have the individual supply and demand for each individual commodity. It could be affected by mine, strikes. It could be affected by demand for a particular commodity as an industry grows, which is very different than the interest rate sensitivity that you find in the business cycle sensitivity that you find in other assets. It's also dependent upon weather events. I don't know if you guys followed natural gas, but it was up about 50% this year. It's come back down. It's also affected by geopolitical events. Think about how some crisis in the Middle East can drive oil prices up about 10 or 15%, or even illness. We've seen the PED virus affect pork this year, and prices skyrocketed. So you have some unique drivers. Our benchmark is Dow Jones UBS, so it's got 22 different commodities. And there's essentially reallocation. So as you as one commodity rips, you cap the weight so that each year you essentially sell that and re-underweight it. So whatever commodity runs that year, you essentially harvest those gains and then reweight. And as we noted earlier in the presentation, they perform pretty well in the later cycle, later parts of the business cycle. As inflation pressures mount, you see tightness in wages, you see capacity constraints. What we saw in 2007, even as equities began to go down, commodities continue to rally. I mean, oil was up to $147 a barrel and gasoline was at $4 a gallon. And the last point would be that they don't generate income, they don't have cash flow, with the exception of infrastructure investments, which we don't currently have. So right now, all of our exposures are implemented through Russell, through the overlay program. We spent the last 12 months transitioning out of some hedge fund based commodity exposure. There was a lot of tracking error there. It actually turned out really well because commodities have done so poorly over the last few years. So it's pretty timely. But we decided to move closer to benchmark oriented exposure. So we had just this plain vanilla Dow Jones UBS swaps. We were guaranteed to underperform by a very modest amount, which were the financing costs. So we've slowly transitioned as those individual plain vanilla swaps matured. We transitioned to some enhanced strategies. This is very high correlation, 0.98, 0.99 to the index, but they offer some very modest outperformance. Right now we have two major alpha sources. These are the curve, essentially by optimizing the position on the commodities curve. This one is pretty straightforward. It comes directly from Dow Jones UBS. So all the brokers are bidding on that. This is an enhanced product, which slightly tweaks the Dow Jones UBS roll select methodology to add some seasonality in agriculture. And then they have this pre-roll strategy. So think of these as moving a little bit farther out on the curve, or the potential to, whereas the pre-roll strategy, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the S&P 500, but you used to be able to beat the benchmark ever so slightly by buying it before the company was included in the S&P 500, so you could essentially trade ahead of them. This is the same idea. Most of the indexes trade on days 5 through 9 or 6 through 10. A lot of other pre-roll strategies trade 1 through 5. And then you also have your end of month trades. So you have sustained buying on the end of the month, first 10 days, and then this strategy simply trades on days 11 through 16. So you've had 15 days of sustained buying, and then they move out. So they're ever so slightly off the front month. It's added about 1 to 2% annually. So it's a pretty nice addition to the portfolio. The nice thing is this is also at the front of the curve. These are a little bit farther out. These two are the ones that are farther out. They're about 80% correlated, whereas this one's about to each other, whereas this is about 30 to 40% correlated to the other strategies. So we're seeking to sort of balance that alpha across the portfolio. We want to have a third in these curve strategies, a third in what they call congestion, that's the pre-roll strategy, and we're currently looking for a third enhanced index strategy to sort of diversify the commodity alpha. Again, these two have a Sharpe ratio of about 1 and about 50 basis points to 150 basis points of outperformance, so that's sort of what we're targeting. And again, we'd like to see another strategy with a Sharpe ratio of about 1, so that over a 12-month period, have a pretty high certainty that we're going to outperform the benchmark. So we've looked at several strategies right now. The one that's the most compelling is actually vol selling, where you sell call across a variety of strategies. Right now, it's clearly not a good time to do that when you're seeing vols at multi-year lows, but that would be a really interesting addition to the strategies that we have. We looked at momentum strategies, which also replicate essentially what you'd see in CTA managers. Have backwardation seeking strategies which do long short and they sell it as a swap, just like you would see with anything else, and it's an alpha overlay. And then we have pair trading, which essentially goes long very similar commodities. And we don't have a lot of conviction over theirs, and we're still going through a lot of broker products, but we're working with Russell. They're continuing to send us some interesting strategies, and every time we have that, we speak with them, we speak with HEK, and we implement it through the overlay program. So again, we're targeting 100, so that's it. So I'd like to hand it over to, if there's any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have a question here, right? Because, I mean, back to the board level, I mean, probably this asset class more than any other, right? Because implicit in there's a risk-return correlation assumption that's feeding up to the high level where we're making our decisions. And yet, this is the asset class where, depending on the implementation, those assumptions are most likely to be wrong, right? Or different, right? Because of implementation. I mean, how is that accounted for? Right, and I mean, how's that modeled?
From the asset allocation perspective, I don't remember the capital market assumptions, but there tends to be, a little bit of return, a lot of volatility. So that will lead you back to, from a sizing perspective, what will you get the biggest bang for the buck from perspective. But then thank you. Oh, there we go. Commodities. So the expected return is 5.2 and a volatility of 19. Target allocation of 3.
Right. So I only bring that up because vol selling, right? I mean, you're going to, by definition of selling vol, right? You're seeking a stream that ideally has lower vol and higher returns. Theory being it's more consistent, right? But it's going to behave very differently than the way we just put it in at the plan level because of that implementation choice.
Right. So there's the beta component. So you'll never get the spot return of the index because you do end up with negative roll yield. So how can you mitigate that? And that's where some of these enhanced trading strategies are coming in to help mitigate that. Then the other component is, can you be more active to truly offset that? So you kind of get a little bit of a core satellite approach, if you will. That would give you a smoother path, if you will, of earning. So you get a commodities exposure, but hopefully mitigate some of the volatility and actually overcome the negative roll yield from the difference of the implementation versus spot. So that's what we're trying to do. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess a lot of it depends kind of what role we expect commodities to play, right? I mean, there's just such a difference between what you're trying to get if you're out, saying I want to do commodities to hedge, CTAs where traditionally you're hedging a lot of your interest rate risk, a lot of your equity risk, embedded in those strategies, or are you saying, no, we're just putting it in there because we're trying to hedge an inflation risk over time, right? Or we're just trying to do something on volatility. I mean, there's a world, just kind of stepping back, what is our expectation of how we think about this thing?
So, I would think, we're not thinking of this commodities exposure to be a CTA. We would pick up that CTA trading exposure more on the low vol hedge fund side.
Okay.
It's what we're thinking, because we would expect it to be more market neutral and it's more trading oriented, if you will. That's where we would pick up some of those things, like Goldman Sachs has a strategy in there. With this, there is that component of, you do take a look at it as being more of a traditional commodities exposure from, inflation, or if you do get the growth and so on and so forth in the economy, that you would expect the price increase because supply and demand imbalances. But just purely allocating to that exposure, we knew that we were getting something like -2, -3 roll yield. So how can we mitigate that? And that's really all this part was, is to maintain that exposure without getting crushed on the roll yield.
I'd say there's 3 points. One, it really has a lot to do with benchmark selection. I don't know if we spent a lot of time deciding what commodities benchmark we wanted, but because it predates me, but so you take something like GSCI, Goldman Sachs Commodity Index, it's about 60 to 75% energy focused. It's a production weighted index. The reason they selected that index was because typically when you have something like an oil shock, it's very bad for an equity market, so it works as a good hedge. Dow Jones UBS takes a very different approach. It caps any sector at 30%, or 33%, so you have a much higher allocation to other individual commodities. The reason they did that was because if you look at long-term returns for one commodity, if you hold a commodity over the long run, you typically don't make a lot of money. What you do benefit from is if there's a run in a given commodity in 1 year, if you just think about it as 22 different return streams that each are going up randomly, as you reallocate out of that one, it's had a good year, you move in, eventually people will fix that capacity problem and the price will come back down like you did in oil. It goes up to 140, then it's down to 30, it's back. And so,
let's take oil, right? Because there hasn't been a U.S. recession since 1945 that wasn't preceded by a spike in oil prices, right? So, you go to our equity risk, right? Every single time it's preceded by a spike in oil prices, right?
and that's what GSCI index is there. And I'll make that point. Whereas Dow Jones UBS is seeking a very different, it's an uncorrelated return trend. That's sort of what they're seeking.
Right.
So it's a completely different.
But it has very big difference on how our portfolios behave, the total drawdown of the portfolio, what we're going to experience, when we're going to experience it. Back to all this asset liability matching. Question, I'm not saying one's right or wrong, it's just, it's very different.
Yeah, totally agree.
Animal.
Yeah.
And if I could, I would say when we modeled it, it was with the understanding that it was contributing to more of the total return of your overall portfolio, as opposed to other investors that we work with that may have an explicit COLA built into their liability stream, where we want more the pure beta, so we want the inflation sensitivity, even though we know from a risk-return standpoint, that's not ideal. So we modeled it on a long-only basis, but our understanding was that you would implement in a slightly different way, and the goal would be to create some alpha, but also a better risk-adjusted return, maybe less, making sure when CPI spikes, your return goes up at the same time. Because that's not as big an issue here as it is to some other institutional investors. If that makes sense. No.
So the benchmark selection, I focus on sort of minimizing the negative roll yield is the other big piece, and then thinking about mean reversion across 22 different commodities. And so I think those three are the main points I think about in commodities. But again, that wasn't, as staff, we were sort of, how can we beat Dow Jones UBS? And that's really what we're focused on, or at least when I was, said work with the commodities portfolio. So I'm trying to put together a portfolio that does just that. And so, yeah, I totally agree though. There's definitely a strategy conversation around which commodity benchmark and why and enroll in the portfolio. But hopefully this one will beat the benchmark that we have, and that's sort of what we're focused on.
Well, I do think it brings an interesting point up. We tend to allocate to the broader benchmark type strategies as opposed to maybe isolating 5 or 6 commodities specifically for hedging inflation or what have you, or what other factors we'd like to take a look at as well. So I think that's another component to it. So.
Any questions? I'll hand it over to Brian to talk about global public equity.
You guys are going to get tired of seeing me. So, the global public equity portfolio represents 31% of total plan assets with a policy benchmark of the MSCI All-Country World Index, or also known as the MSCI ACWI. The MSCI ACWI is a global market cap weighted index that is comprised of over 2,400 securities with 3 core region allocations: the US, international, developed, and emerging markets. Due to the global nature of the index, the weights of each region fluctuate daily. As it is currently, the US represents approximately 50% of the ACWI, international developed representing 40%, and the emerging markets taking up the remainder. With regard to the implementation, I'll first start with our current implementation on this side of the page, or on the left side of the screen here. The right side of this chart represents our international developed exposure, and on the left side of this, it represents our US exposure. And this, as a whole, represents the MSCI World, which is actually the blend of US and international developed. So when you think about the ACWI, you can look at it in MSCI World plus emerging markets. That's how we chose to present it here. Emerging markets and hedge funds are represented at the bottom here. For our passive implementation, though, we're synthetically right now, but I'll have an update on that very soon, implementing that through the Russell overlay program. The proposed implementation on the right side of the screen is broken out with the MSCI World exposure, BlackRock and State Street being right here, the mandates that we had approved a number of months ago. Which is also, again, as I mentioned, is the proper blend between the US and international developed. And then on the left side, you have your US exposure here, and you have your international developed exposure here. When you put that together, you get the MSCI World as well. And as it's depicted here, it's a 50-50 break, but when we go to implement, it'll be, we'll use the target that the current region represents. The most important difference between the current and the proposed implementation is what you can see here in the yellowish colors. The strategies represent a space between pure passive indexing, which typically has minimal tracking error, and active management, which has a 4% tracking error exposure, or tracking error, 4% plus. Tracking error is a measure of how closely a portfolio measures that or follows an index or a benchmark. Staff has identified this enhanced indexing space as a potential addition to the portfolio due to the attractive trade-off between excess return and tracking error. also known as information ratio. A high information ratio judges the consistency around the manager's ability to generate excess returns. Staff will bring 2 to 3 manager recommendations to the September Commission meeting that will not only complement each other well as a portfolio, but also the rest of the global equity portfolio, since the majority of the active strategies are fundamental focused. The expectation is that the addition of these enhanced indexing strategies to the portfolio will not only reduce tracking error of the total global equity plan, but also allow us to try to maintain that same excess return profile that we would expect.
Sorry.
As for an update on bullet point number 1, I'm happy to report that we successfully transitioned $2 billion of synthetic exposure to physical exposure, which is now being managed by BlackRock. That process has occurred in the past week, so that's the first step of this larger transition. Staff is also in the contracting phase with State Street or SSGA, and hope to implement a similar transition over the next quarter. As I mentioned previously, we'll be bringing 2 to 3 manager recommendations to the next meeting. With regard to the third bullet point, we have active tilts right now in the portfolio, and Herschel might have mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we have a small and mid-cap overweight, which will be rebalanced depending on conviction in that particular space and also within the managers. But we'll also be looking at our international active exposure, since there is a tilt towards emerging markets, to ensure that that's the type of tilt we would want to take in that portfolio. And last but not least, the fourth bullet point, we have hedge fund. We're going to be looking at hedge fund strategies as potential additions to the portfolio to diversify the bucket. Staff will be focused on making sure there's appropriate hurdles in place and fee structures that we will be compensating the managers for alpha and not just for beta. At this time, we'll pause and take any questions that you may have on the global equity.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the previous slide, and this one, you referred to enhanced.
Yes.
What exactly, what do you mean by enhanced?
So enhanced indexing strategies are what I would call, as you move out the tracking error space, so when you look at, so tracking error is how closely a manager manages towards a particular benchmark. So for instance, if a manager held 10 stocks, their tracking error would be much larger than, you would have a lot of deviation around the benchmark. Whereas enhanced indexing is more of a quantitative approach that they seek to apply a small tilt towards certain factors. For instance, it could be momentum, it could be quality, it could be value that have added value over time. And by weighting those particular factors in a way, they're able to apply it to the large universe of securities without deviating much from the benchmark. So you're going to get similar profiles to market cap weighting, you're going to get similar geography weighting. So in doing so, by taking those incremental changes and applying an edge, you can actually, for that incremental change, you can actually be in a position to generate an equal amount of excess return from that. Did I answer your question?
One other question, for instance, over in that one bucket, you have S&P 500 passive. What's the feeling now between, for instance, the S&P 500, which is market weighted, as opposed to other indices which are equal weighted?
Yeah, so with regard, our policy benchmark is a market cap weighted index, and the S&P 500 or the Russell 1000 or the MSCI USA benchmarks are all market cap weighted. So when we're looking at that is a tilt that we could take in the portfolio of equal weighting securities. That's something that we could look at on the enhanced side. That would be an enhancement to the actual passive benchmark.
What would change your view on that, or what would change the direction to go from market weight to equal weight?
It would likely have to be a change in the policy benchmark.
There are a couple other things to think about would be, you've heard a lot about smart beta, smart indexing coming out, and a lot of that's really going back to the quants, if you will. When they develop these quantitative models, they're looking at multiple factors. There's a value, there's a size, there's momentum, volatility, there's a lot of different factors that they all pull together to develop a portfolio. Well, what happens once you pull those factors all together, the power, if you will, of those factors then begin to get muted out as you diversify the portfolio. So one of the key things you see in the market now is to get a factor pure exposure out there. So if you want small cap tilts or value or momentum or low volatility strategies, of having purity. So what that means is that if you go out and you rank securities on a value score and you don't overlay that with portfolio constraints, you can get a pure value factor. What we typically do now is go, well, you don't want to do that because you may be loaded up in certain sectors and you want a more diversified portfolio. So once you start diversifying that portfolio, you lose the purity of that factor. So what you're seeing now is a lot of people actually introducing the pure factor exposures, and then it's up to you on how you wish to diversify across those exposures. And whether it's cap weighted, equal weighted, or some other, that would be considered more of a smart beta type implementation. So we're actually taking a look at that right now with several index providers and other folks as well. Goldman actually just purchased the firm, I forgot their name, but they're in Colorado, and that's all they specialize in. AQR, State Street, Barclays, PIMCO, a lot of people are doing this right now. So, but I think for us it goes back to, one, you can use it as a way to make an actual tactical tilt, or you can use them and develop a diversified portfolio of factors themselves. So.
Yeah, and I think, well, sorry. I think one of the items to also consider is when you look at the spectrum of how you can generate returns. If you're passive, obviously you can get that for very cheaply, 1 to 2 basis points. Enhanced indexing is one of those spaces where when we talk about fee structures, it's a space where we could get a very low base fee and talk about performance fees of what can they generate in excess of the index. So they're going to eat what they give us, and their expectation is known up front. So it's a very much a passive equivalent. And then you have your active management, which is further out on the scale, and obviously the fees are much higher. So this is actually, when you look at the implementation, the fees from the current implementation to the proposed implementation will actually be lower.
Yeah, I deal with that enhanced strategy. The amount of active return for the active risk starts to diminish over time, or the more active you get. So what we're trying to do with that enhanced strategy is to pick that sweet spot on that curve where you have the highest slope of getting the most excess return for the least amount of active risk that you're taking. So if you think like kind of that bottom chart right there, that on the whiteboard, that curve is going up, but it's starting to tail off and slope down. So what you're trying to do is find that maximum component of that slope in there. And that's basically where the enhanced folks are playing. That's roughly 100 to 200 basis points of tracking error relative to a benchmark.
Thank you, Eric.
Just one other question. In these equity, global equity strategies or asset allocations, have you given any consideration to global equity allocations to dividend type funds? The reason I say that is obviously funds like that have a relatively good current yield, and then of course over a period of time, considerable number of these companies in those in funds like that have been increasing their dividends at 5, 6, 7, 8, 10% a year, which for us over a period of say 3 to 5 years can make a substantial difference. So I don't know if we've looked at anything like that.
We've looked at one strategy like that offered by PIMCO, but we have not taken it to an implementation stage. And here we're, again, moving from the traditional allocation we had a couple of years ago of large cap, small cap, international, and EM to more of a global equity mandate. And this is a repositioning of taking the active management to a combination of passive, enhanced, and active. And then we'll come back and take a look at any other tilts, and that in itself would be a factor tilt.
Yeah, like some of what some of these strategies do, for example, with dividends, if you just let it run just on dividends, you'd wind up with a sector bias. But you can sector constrain that to say, I only want dividend stocks. I want my sector exposures to match the index, right? But I'm going to take, have all dividend focus, so you kind of strip them out, but you're still diversified, but you haven't introduced an unnecessary bias in it. other types of things you might look at, I mean, something I've spoken about with Herschel, right? I mean, you kind of look at one like historically, you look at something like tight covered call rights on the index, right? Because the income component, right, is a more predictable component of returns, right? And the capital appreciation, more volatile component. So historically, covered call strategies, same return, 2/3 of all. And you say, well, why does that exist? There's a tax effect going on that I think can be captured. Right, because if I'm a taxable investor, I'd rather have the same return at a capital gains tax rate versus an income person, right, who'd rather have income flow, right? So effectively, there's ways to capture that tax swap, right, to enhance yield. But that's some of what these enhanced strategies look at, or, inefficiencies like that may be introduced through taxes, through construction issues. Candidly, I mean, I was an expert witness in PIMCO versus Wisdom Tree. We had them down here in 2005. A gentleman by the name of Paul Wood developed the first enhanced index. We launched a fund for a trust company in Pennsylvania based on it. But it's essentially, market cap weighting has some biases that are, I don't want to say they're easy to game, but it's not consistent, right? That just because the stock price went up, which may be for valid reasons, may be for invalid reasons, but it went up.
The greatest example right now is 3% of the S&P 500 is Apple.
Right, but the point of some of these strategies where you have to be careful that may be a perfectly valid thing. Just because it went up in price doesn't mean it got more expensive if they're generating more cash flow to support that price, right? What these strategies effectively try and do is capture those inefficiencies, right, where the stock price has gone up or the stock price has gone down without associated changes in the cash flows, right? And by doing that over a large number of securities and a large number of times, right, essentially it's really incremental rebalancing, right, for lack of a better term, or more sophisticated rebalancing than what goes on in a cap-weighted index.
Well, I don't know, it just seems to me that, maybe it's something in terms of the dividend strategies, maybe it's something worth looking at. For instance, very simple, straightforward way to get European exposure and get dividends at the same time as an ETF of the DWX.
Yeah.
Yield 6%.
Yeah, I mean, on a big picture level, I mean, effectively what you can see, you can raise the income component of a stock portfolio by about 1/3 and not change your index or your, what I call your sector or your industry exposures, right? I mean, when you kind of drill through the math, and for some investors that's attractive, right? It doesn't work in every environment, otherwise there wouldn't be a trade, right? The market wouldn't take the other side, but kind of balancing that.
Yeah. Of the strategies in the enhanced indexing space I looked at, dividend yield is one of the factors that they would consider. Obviously, there's other factors that they would consider because a high dividend company could have certain biases already against it. So that's where hiring out experts in this sense, it's not going to be a costly part of the portfolio, and we think that the ability to generate alpha is there, and that's why we'll be bringing a diversified pool. So the managers we will bring are going to be very different from each other. They may have the same stocks, but they're going to come at them from a different perspective, so that's not a bad thing. So as long as we have very diversified managers and how they approach it, that's something that I think is very attractive for our portfolio.
Thank you. Let's move on to private equity.
Good afternoon. I'm Louis Darmstadter, and I'm here to talk about private equity. Just a couple high-level stats. Since 2008, the Commission has made $3.5 billion in commitments to the asset class. We've made 58 investments, 16 of which were co-investments. And we have 25 active managers in the program today. Performance through the end of 2013, inception to date, was a 13.6% net internal rate of return and a 1.42 multiple to cost. The program, because of the timing, experienced a very shallow J-curve, and over the last few quarters has demonstrated quarter-over-quarter improved performance. So by most commonly used measures, the Investment Commission has a successful PE program. The program is showing solid returns only a few years since it was started, and it compares favorably to programs in existence much longer. The actual performance of the program also compares favorably to HEK's future capital markets assumptions expected rate of return for private equity of 9.1%. We're generating, or historically looking at the forward-looking capital markets expectations, 450 basis points higher than what HEK has modeled. It's also, and I think Justin mentioned this, it's also useful to note that in HEK's most recent capital markets assumption exercise, private equity was the only asset class that exceeded the actuarial rate of return of 7.5%. That said, the current economic environment is highly unusual. Normally, private equity will underperform coming out of a recession, the public benchmarks, and then outperform in most subsequent periods. In the current situation, private equity has underperformed public benchmarks, and we're in the 5th year of recovery. So it's clearly somewhat of an unusual situation we're in. That said, I think it's important to note that private equity as an asset class is best evaluated over the long term, and we expect the program to continue to generate some above average returns. This slide just shows our current exposures. We have a long-term overweight to buyouts and growth investments. We also have allocations to fund of funds, secondaries, venture, and the portfolio is well diversified across vintage and industry. This slide has kind of each of the plans for the asset class, or the sub-strategies. In the case of fund of funds, it's our intention to wind down fund of funds and not make any more fund of fund commitments. So we don't anticipate them continuing to be part of our portfolio, at least in terms of new commitments. We continue to have an important overweight to buyouts. We think buyouts provide some very attractive risk-adjusted returns. We also think that they're an important source of co-investments going forward. So we intend to do buyouts as well. You'll see here that growth is larger today than it is modeled forward-looking. And that's a function that we have two relatively successful investments in growth today, Athene and Shellpoint, that comprise 2/3 of the growth component. We expect those companies to have liquidity events in the next few years, and we would sell, and we've already sold substantial part of our Athene exposure in a private offering they did earlier this year. Again, with respect to venture and to secondaries, we intend to approach them in an opportunistic manner. One curious anomaly this year is the strong performance of our venture fund of funds. Historically, venture fund of funds have lagged, but in the last 12 months, the one-year return of our venture fund of funds is 34%. We don't expect that to continue, but it just underscores the current strong market for IPOs and M&A activity. This slide reflects how we're going to have the program structured between direct funds and co-investments. It's our intent to continue to have about 1/3 of the portfolio in co-investments, continue to wind down the fund of funds, and allocate the additional capital to direct funds. This slide just shows our PE pacing plans by sub-strategy. As you can see, we have 25% of the forward-looking allocation dedicated to co-investments. That's going to be a big kind of bucket to fill. We're looking at some sizable co-investments today, but still, generating the quality of co-investments will be something we will want to monitor. And as you can see, we're talking in the next 6 years making a similar number of commitments to both the funds and to co-investments. We also have one characteristic here is the consistency. We want to be consistent. We want to have vintage year diversification so that that will serve us well over time. Those were my prepared slides. Are there any questions?
I'm looking at the clock. This would be a good time for somebody to move that we go into executive session to discuss investment matters and legal matters.
I'll make that motion.
And let me announce for the public. Yeah, we'll have a break, but let me announce for the public that the social hour will be at 5:30 and dinner will be served at 6:30, and we'll take a very brief break before we go into executive session. I didn't vote. Did everybody want to vote for that executive session? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Ayes have it. Discuss investment matters and receive a legal briefing. No action required to be announced at this time was taken during executive session. By unanimous consent, we're recessed until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. So be it.